Chapter 129. What should I do? What should I do? Yuan Rong was in her room in the family. Yuan Rong was sitting on her bed, deep in thought, but there was nothing she could do. Not long ago, the head of the family had ordered her to stay in the family's residential area, and she was not allowed to use any network or communication devices. Now, there were people guarding her outside her residence. Even if she moved around in the residential area, she would still be restricted. Even though Yuan Rong had begged to be allowed to talk to Zhou Jie once, the head of the family had mercilessly rejected her. The head of the family even told her that he would send someone to inform Zhou Jie and ask him to give up on her improper thoughts. She and Zhou Jie would never have a chance. Yuan Rong was in great pain, but there was nothing she could do. Although she was the second most talented person in the Yuan family, to the entire Yuqi family, it was far less important than being on good terms with the Yuan family. Besides, Yuqi Hongze had a bright future ahead of him. If he could become the son-in-law of the Yuan family, it would naturally be a good thing. Zhou Jie, I'm so sorry. Yuan Rong burst into tears. She curled up into a ball on her bed, pitiful and helpless. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the Yuan family's annual sacrifice. Usually, this was only an event for the Yuan family, but this time, there were many people from the Yuqi family participating. Look, the Yuqi family is here. Wow, they are all high-class warships. Warships are nothing. Look at that, oh my god, it's a giant star beast. Giant star beast? There are people on it. Who is that, riding a giant star beast alone? As the Yuqi family's team landed on a square in the outer area, a large group of Yuan family juniors who were lined up to welcome them were discussing among themselves. Especially in the Yuqi family's team, there was a person riding a giant star beast. He landed first, looking very imposing, which made people gasp in amazement. The giant star beast was nearly 100 meters long and 30 meters wide. Its body was like a lizard, but its surface was covered with golden scales. Its head was like the head of a Kylin, but there was a golden horn on its forehead. It had no wings, but it could fly. In the vacuum of space, it could reach a terrifying speed, comparable to some rockets. Of course, this giant star beast was also ridden by a cargo spaceship. It was ridden by a young man wearing a suit of black armor. He was tall and straight, handsome, and his eyes were clear and calm. Inexplicably, he was not a man. This young man was, of course, the #1 genius of the Yuqi family, Yuqi Hongze. Yuan Rong was standing behind the patriarch and several elders. She was also standing in the front of the team. Yuqi Hongze's giant star beast landed less than 50 meters in front of her, so she couldn't help but pay attention to Yuqi Hongze. Tut! Yuqi Hongze flew up from the back of the giant star beast. In the blink of an eye, he had traveled more than 50 meters and appeared in front of the patriarch and several elders of the Yuan family. Junior Yuqi Hongze greet seniors. Yuqi Hongze lowered his posture, but he was neither servile nor overbearing as he made a courteous salute. Ha, good, Yuqi Hongze is really a talented man. You even tamed a half-mature giant star beast. It seems that your family has put in a lot of effort to cultivate you. Patriarch Yuan Tianxia laughed and looked at Yuqi Hongze with satisfaction in his eyes. It's not easy to tame a giant star beast. I just happened to have an affinity with it, so I got its approval. Hearing Yuan Tianxia's praise, Yuqi Hongze said modestly. Yuan Rong looked at Yuqi Hongze and was a little dazed. Yuqi Hongze was really handsome, and he was more than 1.8 meters tall. He looked very thin in the thin armor, and when he smiled, he was so handsome that it was suffocating. Even Yuan Rong had to admit that she felt her heart flutter at that moment. But when she realized this, Yuan Rong couldn't help but feel ashamed. She had just confirmed her relationship with Zhou Jie not long ago, and she was unwilling to be engaged to Yuqi Hongze. But now, after seeing how handsome he was, she actually felt her heart flutter. She didn't know what to say. Of course, being moved was one thing. This was a natural reaction when people were touched by something beautiful. It didn't mean that Yuan Rong would give up on Zhou Jie and choose to be with Yuqi Hongze. Therefore, Yuan Rong quickly averted her gaze, deliberately not looking at Yuqi Hongze. At this time, after a simple conversation between Yuqi Hongze and the Patriarch, the 4 battleships sent by the Yuqi family had finished landing. Several streams of light scrambled to fly near Yuqi Hongze and the others to greet them. These were the senior members of the Yuqi family, and some of them were on the same level as the Patriarch. The marriage between Yuqi Hongze and Yuan Rong would also be decided by them after a discussion with Yuan Tianxia and the others. After the leaders of the Yuqi family came forward to talk to Yuqi Hongze and the others, there was nothing left for him to do. So, his gaze went past the Patriarch and the others, and focused on Yuan Rong. The moment Yuqi Hongze saw Yuan Rong, his heart skipped a beat. It had been said before that Yuan Rong was absolutely devastatingly beautiful, and her figure was also first class. In addition, she was the second genius of the Yuan family, so naturally she was also incomparably dazzling. Yuqi Hongze also knew that he came to the Yuan family this time to be engaged to a genius beauty called Yuan Rong from the Yuan family. He didn't have much objection to this. After all, to him, the most important thing was cultivation. Women were dispensable, and he only needed to carry on the family line. If the family asked for it, he didn't mind having one. At this moment, when Yuqi Hongze saw Yuan Rong, he had a premonition that she should be his fiancée. He had seen her once when he was young, but he didn't have much of an impression of her now. But now that he saw her again, he felt that she was familiar and breathtaking, of course, because Yuan Rong was a rare beauty. Her temperament and talent were both excellent. Although Yuan Rong was looking elsewhere, she quickly sensed that Yuqi Hongze was looking at her. She couldn't help but exchange a glance with him. However, when she saw Yuqi Hongze's clear eyes, she couldn't help but feel her heart flutter. She hurriedly lowered her head, not daring to look at him again. So beautiful! Yuqi Hongze exclaimed in his heart. He couldn't help but think more about the upcoming marriage. Not long after, Yuan Tianxia and the leaders of the Yuqi family were almost done chatting. When he was about to invite them in, Yuan Tianxia suddenly remembered Yuan Rong. He turned around and pointed at Yuan Rong, saying to the leaders, "This is Yuan Rong, who was engaged to an aristocratic genius a long time ago. She just came back from the Star Sword Alliance elite training base a few days ago. I told her that Hongze would be coming, so the two of them can get to know each other better." After saying this, Yuan Tianxia turned to Yuan Rong and said, "Xiao Rong, you and Hongze should go and get to know each other. You can come to the Elders' Hall later." The leaders of the Yuqi family were all smiling when they saw Yuan Rong. They all praised Yuan Rong's beauty. "Hongze, why don't you go and talk to your fiancé? We'll wait for you at the Elders' Hall. We'll come over later," one of the leaders of the Yuqi family said to Yuqi Hongze. Clearly, he was very satisfied with Yuan Rong and hoped that Yuqi Hongze wouldn't neglect her. Then, Yuan Tianxia and the others walked into the hall with the leaders, leaving behind a large group of Yuan family disciples to watch Yuan Rong and Yuqi Hongze. "Sai, my goddess is going to get married soon," one of the disciples said sadly. "Sai, what are you lamenting about? If you're so capable, you should be like Yuqi Hongze. Not only is he handsome, but he's also a genius among geniuses. Wouldn't you be able to get as many goddesses as you want?" Someone immediately mocked him. "Get lost, I was just lamenting. If I were half as handsome and talented as Yuqi Hongze, would I still be single?" The person immediately retorted angrily. The crowd was in a heated discussion. Yuan Rong and Yuqi Hongze more or less heard it. They looked at each other awkwardly. "Come with me." Yuan Rong had no choice but to invite him to talk alone. "Okay." Yuqi Hongze immediately nodded with a smile. He gave the giant star beast some instructions and left the square with Yuan Rong. Not long after, Yuan Rong brought Yuchi Hongze to the courtyard of her residence. She gestured for Yuchi Hongze to take a seat. Yuchi Hongze, I have some things to tell you, Yuan Rong said gloomily as soon as the two of them sat down. Chapter 130. Yuchi Hongze was slightly surprised. He noticed that Yuan Rong didn't look too good when she said this, and he had a bad feeling. What is it? Yuan Rong thought for a moment, then gathered her courage and said, Our marriage was arranged by our elders, but I found my happiness not long ago, so I think you should understand what I mean? In an instant, the smile on Yuchi Hongze's face froze, and his complexion turned somewhat pale. At this moment, for the first time in his life, he felt a different kind of feeling. It was an indescribable feeling, and it made him feel very uncomfortable. However, Yuchi Hongze quickly accepted this fact. His expression returned to normal, and he asked, Who is he? Yuan Rong was a little embarrassed. How should she answer this question? His name is Zhou. I met him at the elite training base of the Star Sword Alliance. However, he's not as famous as you, and he doesn't have a strong background. He's also not as tall and handsome as you. Yuan Rong thought for a moment, then said straightforwardly. Interesting. Yuchi Hongze found Yuan Rong's honesty and thought that she was a little cute, so he smiled faintly. However, Yuchi Hongze immediately asked, What do you like about him? Well, he's very calm and serious. He's outstanding but low-key. Although he looks cold, he cares a lot about the people around him. Also, he cares a lot about me. Yuan Rong answered almost without thinking. Yuchi Hongze looked at Yuan Rong and nodded slightly. A handsome and charming smile appeared on his face again. He sounds pretty good, but what about the things you mentioned? Maybe I'm better than him? This time, Yuan Rong was stunned. However, she quickly pursed her lips and said, But I met him first, so it means that we're fated to be together. I like you too. What should I do? Yuchi Hongze suddenly asked, his clear eyes looking straight at Yuan Rong. Yuchi Hongze's gaze made Yuan Rong's heart tremble. She quickly looked away after exchanging a glance with him. I'm begging you. Can you let us be together? Just say that you don't like me and reject this marriage, okay? Yuan Rong was very helpless, so she could only go straight to the point. Yuchi Hongze was silent. He pursed his lips, and his expression became a little ugly. Seeing that Yuchi Hongze didn't answer and even closed his eyes, Yuan Rong didn't dare to say anything else. She could only wait quietly for him to speak. After what felt like a century of silence, Yuchi Hongze finally opened his eyes and looked at Yuan Rong. You said that he's very outstanding. Is he as outstanding as me? Yuan Rong was stunned for a moment. She immediately reacted and replied, I'm not sure, but in my eyes, he's the most outstanding. Even Veronica lost to him. This time, Yuchi Hongze was finally moved. He seemed a little surprised. I know about Veronica. Judging from his performance in the genius competition, it was indeed a little troublesome for me to beat him in rank X. Unfortunately, before the genius competition, I had a chance to break through to the Star Lord level. Yuchi Hongze said calmly, but his eyes became a little sharp. Yuchi Hongze's breaking through to the Star Lord level wasn't like Zhou, who had perfectly formed his own star core. He was only infinitely close to it. Of course, the difference was like heaven and earth. There wasn't much of a difference between 1 and 2 stars, but the further one progressed, the more obvious the difference would be. This was one of the reasons why there was such a huge gap between geniuses. Since you said that he's very strong, I'll give him a chance. Yuchi Hongze suddenly said to Yuan Rong. Tell me. Yuan Rong was a little nervous, but she still looked determined on the surface, as if she was the one who was about to be tested. Let him fight me. If he can last 3 minutes against me, I'll fulfill your wish. Otherwise. Yuchi Hongza paused and looked at Yuan Rong calmly. He continued, "Be my woman and forget about him. I can give you better things." Yuan Rong's breathing stopped at this moment. Then, she came back to her senses. She closed her eyes and lowered her head. "Okay, then," Yuan Rong raised her head and asked, "but I can't contact him right now. Can you send a message to him for me?" However, Yuchi Hongza stood up and said to Yuan Rong, "Let's go. We'll go to the Elder's palace and let the Elders witness this." 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Zhou Jie walked out of the underground chamber on time. He was a little excited. Rong should be back this month, right? Zhou Jie thought as he went up to the hall on the first floor. He saw man number 2 standing not far away, as if he was waiting for him. "Master, someone is here to visit you. He has been waiting outside for more than a month," man number 2 reported immediately. "He's been waiting for me for more than a month? He hasn't left yet?" Zhou Jie was surprised. He didn't know who was looking for him. "Yes, I told him that you were in seclusion in the underground chamber. He has been waiting for you at the door," man number 2 said honestly. "I see. I'll go and see him." Zhou Jie flew out of the room with doubts. Zhou Jie landed at the door and saw a silver-haired middle-aged man standing there. He stood straight and looked so powerful that he gave Zhou Jie a sense of oppression. Zhou Jie was shocked. At the same time, he knew that this man didn't come with good intentions. "Are you Zhou Jie?" Zhou Jie asked as soon as he landed in front of the white-haired man. There was a trace of dignity in his tone, and there was a sense of contempt. Zhou Jie was neither servile nor overbearing. He looked at the white-haired man calmly and said, "That's me. Why are you looking for me?" The white-haired middle-aged man was Yuan Luoxue. He came to Zhou Jie on the orders of Patriarch Yuan Tianxia. Naturally, he wanted to prevent the marriage between Yuan Rong and Yuchi Hongza from being affected by Zhou Jie. "Zhou Jie, what's your relationship with Yuan Rong?" Yuan Luoxue asked. Zhou Jie was shocked. He couldn't help but frown. However, he still replied quickly, "Rong is my girlfriend." "You are?" Yuan Luoxue received an affirmative answer. His eyes narrowed, and the pressure he released increased. "Then, did she tell you that she's engaged to Yuchi Hongza from the Yuchi family?" "She did." Zhou Jie's answer was simple. Yuan Luoxue looked at Zhou Jie deeply and said, "I'm his granduncle. The family already knows about you and Xiao Rong. However, I'm here to tell you that it's impossible between you and Xiao Rong. I want you to give up." In an instant, Zhou Jie's eyes lit up. He frowned. "Why? Did she promise to break off her relationship with me?" Yuan Luoxue didn't directly answer Zhou Jie's question. Instead, he said, "The family will never agree to you and Xiao Rong being together. You don't deserve her. Young man, you should know your place. I'll give you 10 billion star coins. You can take the initiative to break off your relationship with her. This is good for both of us," Yuan Luoxue said. Zhou Jie heard this. He looked at Yuan Luoxue with burning eyes. However, he slowly shook his head. "I don't want anything you give me. Where's Rong? You don't dare to let her see me? Let her talk to me in person. You're digging your own grave." Yuan Luoxue was angry. He stared at Zhou Jie with burning eyes. He wanted to make him retreat. Zhou Jie still shook his head. "I've said it before. No matter how difficult it is, I will marry her. If she doesn't leave, I won't abandon her. If you want me to break up with her, let her talk to me. Where is she?" However, after hearing Zhou Jie's words, Yuan Luoxue seemed to deflate. He closed his eyes and nodded. Then, he said to Zhou Jie, "Okay, kid. Since you said so, Yuchi Hongza also knows about this. He's giving you a chance." "What?" Zhou Jie was surprised. He immediately reacted. It turned out that Yuan Luoxue forced him. It was his own idea. In fact, he came to tell him about the chance that Yuan Luoxue gave him. Yuchi Hongza said that if you can hold out for 3 minutes against him without being defeated, he'll help you and Xiao Rong. Yuan Luoxue said coldly. He told Zhou Jie about Yuchi Hongza's condition. When Zhou Jie heard this condition, he was secretly happy. He felt that he had a chance. That's it? Zhou Jie couldn't believe it. He asked for confirmation. That's it, Yuan Luoxue replied. He seemed a little angry. Zhou Jie immediately nodded. Okay. Then, will he come to me or should I go to him? If you agree, I can take you to fight with him now. Yuan Luoxue replied with a cold face. Then let's go. Chapter 131. Yuan Luoxue's eyelids twitched. She did not expect Zhou Jie to agree so quickly, as if he had no concerns at all. However, Yuan Luoxue did not know that for Zhou Jie, no matter what concerns he had, nothing could stop him from going to see Yuan Rong. He wanted to save her, he wanted to be with her. Yuan Luoxue saw Zhou Jie's decisiveness and said directly, Okay, what do you need to prepare? I can wait for you for a few minutes. When you're done, follow me outside the base. My battleship is there. Zhou Jie thought for a moment, then said, No, I'll go with you. A few minutes later, Zhou Jie boarded Yuan Luoxue's battleship. The battleship took off, and Zhou Jie sent a message to Qin Feng and the others on the battleship. However, he did not say that he was going to find Yuan Rong or fight Yuchi Hongza. He only said that he was going out for about 2 months. One day when Zhou Jie was on his way to Deerhorn Planet, in the Skysea Cosmic Nation millions of light-years away, this was a desolate universe void with a diameter of hundreds of light-years. There was not a single shining planet in sight, and in fact, there was not a single planet here. There were only some space meteorites. However, in the center of this area, there was a huge rock piled up in a place. The reason why it was called a rock and not a stone mountain was because mountains had horizontal, width, vertical, and height, as well as edges and peaks. This rock, which was made up of countless meteorites, was almost a sphere. It was as if there was a strong gravitational force in the center that stuck the countless boulders together. This gathered rock had been quietly suspended there for almost 6,000 years. However, at this moment the huge rock began to vibrate and crack. A bright white light burst out from its core, growing brighter and brighter, gradually spreading into the distance. The countless meteorites that were stuck to its surface began to fall off, as if a huge monster was about to emerge from the core of the rock, the capital of the Skysea Cosmic Nation. This was a magnificent ancient nation complex that had been floating for millions of years and was still shining brightly. To most people, the top 5 forces in the Wanhai Star Zone were led by the Star Sword Alliance, and the Star Sword Alliance was also the strongest. However, some experts who had lived for a longer period of time, who had lived for at least several thousand years, or who had some sort of legacy, knew that the reason why the Star Sword Alliance appeared to be the most powerful was because it was in a period of prosperity, and the Alliance Master of the Star Sword Alliance was supporting it from the back. Among the 5 forces were the strongest, without a doubt, the Skysea Cosmic Nation was the strongest. Not to mention others, the Skysea Cosmic Nation had been passed down for millions of years. For millions of years, the top forces had been replaced countless times, but the Skysea Cosmic Nation had always been on the list. Its depth was unimaginable. However, too much time had passed, and the Skysea Cosmic Nation had gradually declined. It had long since become a Buddhist nation and only kept its own territory. Hence, to outsiders, the Skysea Cosmic Nation's strength was average among the top 5 forces. Other than the Skysea Cosmic Nation, among the top 5 forces, there was also the Mystery Land Academy, which had been passed down for more than 100,000 years. It had also declined because of this, and was not as popular as the Star Sword Alliance. As for the World Mercenary Group and the Bounty Hunter Alliance, although they were also forces that had risen in the last 10,000 years, they could not be compared to the Star Sword Alliance. The leader of the Star Sword Alliance was an eternal genius, and his name had shaken the entire Wanhai Star Zone. The brilliance of his genius had overshadowed all his opponent. The forces created by such a person were naturally much stronger than the World Mercenary Group and the Bounty Hunter Alliance. At this moment, in the Skysea Cosmic Nation's leader's palace, the Skysea Cosmic Nation's leader sat on the high throne as usual. One of his elbows rested on the arm of the throne, supporting his cheek with his eyes closed. No one knew if he was thinking or sleeping. Suddenly, the Skysea Cosmic Nation's leader, Yin Tianshui, opened his eyes. Lightning seemed to flash in his eyes again, and the light he emitted was extremely terrifying. It's opened again? Why is it so fast this time? It's only been 5,000 years. A new era is coming. Last time, it was Zhuo Qiuhong. Who will it be this time? Yin Tianshui muttered to himself. Then, he transformed into lightning, broke through the void, and left the nation's capital. In the barren void, the huge rocks that had gathered together gradually fell apart, revealing the light source in the center. It was a huge circular passageway, and it revealed a pure energy aura. At some point in time, Yin Tianshui appeared here. He looked at the bright circular passageway from 100,000 miles away. It was surrounded by countless huge rocks, like stars surrounding the moon. It looked mysterious and brilliant. Yin Tianshui waited quietly in the void. He didn't feel much about it. He had lived for more than 200,000 years, and this was the fourth time he had seen such a scene. This barren star zone was the Sky-Ocean Secret Realm in the Skysea Cosmic Nation. It was one of the biggest secret realms in the Wanhai Star Zone with the most opportunities. Every time it opened, it meant that a new era was coming. There would be at least one peerless master among those who entered. According to the records of the Skysea Cosmic Nation, only Star Lords could enter the Sky-Ocean Secret Realm. Every time it opened, people had to be selected. Only when a certain number of qualified geniuses were gathered at the entrance would those geniuses be transferred in. Otherwise, even peak Horde Lords wouldn't be able to move the entrance at all, nor would they be able to enter. Therefore, before Yin Tianshui set off, he had already contacted some big shots and informed them to come here to discuss the selection of people to enter the Sky-Ocean Secret Realm. On the other hand, Zhou Jie's battleship flew for more than 20 days. After several teleportation portals, it finally appeared above the Antler planet and gradually slowed down. More than 10 minutes later, the battleship landed on an open space in the Yuan family. Zhou Jie followed Yuan Luoxue off the battleship. I have informed the family leader of your arrival. Yuqi Hongze is still waiting for you in the family. I will take you to see him. Yuan Luoxue said to Zhou Jie, who had just gotten off the battleship. Therefore, Zhou Jie followed Yuan Luoxue into the Yuan family's residential area and flew at a low altitude in the direction of the family elder's palace. Where is Rong'er? Can I see her? Zhou Jie flew behind Yuan Luoxue, casually looked at the environment below, and then asked. You think too much. You can't see her now, but when you fight with Yuqi Hongze, she will naturally appear to watch the battle. Yuan Luoxue flew in front of him and answered without looking back. Zhou Jie fell silent and followed Yuan Luoxue outside the family elder's palace. However, just as Yuan Luoxue was about to take Zhou Jie into the palace, Yuan Tianxia, several elders of the Yuan family, and several managers of the Yuqi family who were sent to participate in the annual sacrifice appeared at the entrance of the palace. Zhou Jie looked up and happened to see the last person walking out of the main hall. It was an extremely handsome young man. He wore light black battle armor and had short black hair. He looked very spirited. His eyes were clear and calm, but contained incomparable confidence. The moment Zhou Jie saw Yuqi Hongze, he was sure of his identity. This was the opponent he was about to face, Yuqi Hongze without a doubt. Family elders, Zhou Jie is here. Yuan Luoxue bowed slightly to Yuan Tianxia and the others. Zhou Jie and Yuqi Hongze looked at each other, then took a step forward and said calmly, Junior Zhou Jie greets family elder and elders. Yuan Tianxia and the others didn't like Zhou Jie's etiquette at all. No one even paid him any attention. Yuan Tianxia turned to Yuqi Hongze and said, Hongze, we'll do as you say. You fight with him and defeat him in front of everyone. Also, let Xiao Rong know who is the most suitable person for her. Yuan Tianxia's words were completely out of malice towards Zhou Jie. Therefore, he said it bluntly, hoping that Zhou Jie would understand that he and Yuan Rong couldn't get the approval of the Yuan family. In his heart, he put pressure on Zhou Jie. However, Zhou Jie's expression didn't change. He calmly looked at Yuqi Hongze and seemed to ignore Yuan Tianxia and the others. Zhou Jie, are you ready? Yuqi Hongze stood on the steps and asked Zhou Jie in a condescending manner. He seemed to be above everyone else. However, Zhou Jie didn't answer the question. Will Rong come to the fight between you and me? Yuqi Hongze's pupils shrank when he heard this. His expression turned cold, but he still suppressed his dissatisfaction. Of course she will come, to witness the difference between you and me. Zhou Jie didn't care about Yuqi Hongze's words at all. Instead, he asked, Where do we fight? Yuqi Hongze looked at Zhou Jie. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and some fighting spirit rose from his body. Central Square, let's fight! Chapter 132. Thousands of people had already gathered at the east and west edges of the Yuan family's central plaza, filling up both sides of the 600-meter-long square plaza. Zhou Jie and Yuqi Hongze were at the center of the plaza, standing on the north and south sides respectively. Both of them seemed to be waiting for something. Suddenly, a beautiful white figure appeared at the east edge of the plaza. She walked towards Yuan Tianxia and the others at the center line, but her eyes were fixed on the center of the plaza. Zhou Jie and Yuqi Hongze both sensed this and immediately looked at Yuan Rong, who had just appeared. At this moment, Zhou Jie really wanted to say something to Yuan Rong, but he was too far away, exceeding the limits of his voice transmission. He couldn't get close, so Zhou Jie could only stare at Yuan Rong until he reached the center line of the plaza. Yuan Rong also looked at Zhou Jie. Her face was a little pale, but she quickly looked away, as if she didn't dare to look at Zhou Jie. Yuqi Hongze looked at Yuan Rong, then looked at Zhou Jie. His breathing became a little uneven. Then, he closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. When he opened his eyes, he looked at Zhou Jie and said, Can we begin? Zhou Jie was startled awake when he heard this. Only then did he collect his thoughts and say calmly, Let's begin. At the same time, Yuan Tianxia also spoke, his voice echoing throughout the noisy plaza. Everyone, please remain silent. The battle between Yuqi Hongze and Zhou Jie begins now. As soon as Yuan Tianxia finished speaking, the people who were still discussing who the two people in the plaza were and why they were fighting had no choice but to quiet down. Those who were chatting with each other on the internet were also searching for Zhou Jie on the internet. However, this was naturally none of Zhou Jie's business. At this moment, they only had eyes for each other. Everything around them was blocked out by them in an instant. A dark green spear appeared in Yuqi Hongze's hand. Although he was wearing the energy restriction cloak, it still couldn't weaken his momentum. The moment the spear shot out, a powerful invisible force soared into the sky, making a rumbling sound. Zhou Jie was also wearing an energy-limiting suit. Just like Yuqi Hongze, he could only use the energy of a peak 1-star lord, but his body was so strong that he wasn't restricted at all. With Kadiz's blade in hand, Zhou Jie also unleashed a powerful aura, but it quickly gathered around him to resist the external stress. I heard that you defeated Veronica. That's why I'm giving you this chance. Let me see if you really have the strength. Yuqi Hongze said before he attacked. As soon as he finished speaking, he shot out his spear with lightning speed. A gust of wind instantly gathered and burst forth. It was a terrifying sight. Zhou Jie reacted in time. He stepped forward and planted his feet firmly on the ground. At the same time, he twisted his hips and slashed out with his blade. Dong! The ground of the entire square seemed to shake because of this. The explosion of the two of them shocked the ordinary spectators outside of the square. Some of them almost fell to the ground on their butts. However, this was only the beginning. Zhou Jie and Yuchi Hongzhe fought with all their strength. The saber and the spear seemed casual, but they both unleashed the power of a two-star lord. Each time they clashed, they unleashed more and more power. A storm immediately formed in the center of the square. At the same time, there were streaks of light and explosions from time to time. In just 2 breaths, the two had clashed more than 20 times. Zhou Jie had already unleashed his physical strength to the limit. The energy restriction cloak on his body flashed a warning light, indicating that the energy he was unleashing was close to the threshold. Yuchi Hongzhe was the same. When his energy was close to the threshold, he pushed his cultivation method to the limit. He even used his paramount state. Once his paramount state was used, his elemental law domain was formed. The power of each of Yuchi Hongzhe's attacks almost doubled. At the same time, Zhou Jie's performance was somewhat affected. He could not block Yuchi Hongzhe's spear even if he used all his strength. He was knocked back, and the spear almost pierced through his shoulder. Great universal shift. Zhou Jie's expression changed slightly. He did not dare to be careless. He used the great universal shift and switched from offense to defense. Yuchi Hongzhe once again lashed out with his spear. Every spear strike was as terrifying as a violent storm. Moreover, after using the extreme realm, his attacks also carried a piercing power. Zhou Jie had been unable to match up to Yuchi Hongzhe's attacks just now and had almost been injured. However, after using the great universal shift, Zhou Jie was most proficient in defense. Even if Yuchi Hongzhe's terrifying attacks were all blocked by Zhou Jie himself did not even take half a step back. What? Yuchi Hongzhe was somewhat shocked. He had just unleashed his Lamita realm and forced Zhou Jie to retreat with a single spear strike. Yuchi Hongzhe had assumed that Zhou Jie was only SOSO and wanted to quickly defeat him. However, Zhou Jie seemed to have suddenly used his paramount state. His strength increased greatly, and he easily blocked Yuchi Hongzhe's wild attacks. The problem was that Yuchi Hongzhe himself had comprehended the paramount state. Naturally, he could tell that Zhou Jie did not use his paramount state. He did not even use the power of the elemental law. How did he become so much stronger all of a sudden? Yuchi Hongzhe could not help but feel puzzled. The spear in his hand became even more violent, and he displayed the piercing power of his wind paramount state to the fullest. However, after a few breaths, Zhou Jie still blocked every one of his attacks. This made Yuchi Hongzhe feel like vomiting blood. This should be a martial arts technique. It's used for defense. It's so mysterious. After dozens of attacks, Yuchi Hongzhe realized that Zhou Jie was only defending and not attacking. He immediately understood and made a decision. Since he's defending, I'll look for his weakness. There's no need to attack with all my strength. Yuchi Hongzhe thought for a moment and suddenly changed his move. He swept out with his spear and used his martial arts technique. Boom! Zhou Jie changed his move at the same time, cutting off the power of Yuchi Hongzhe's spear sweep. However, his expression suddenly changed and he rushed into the sky without hesitation. His reaction is so fast? Yuchi Hongzhe was stunned. His martial arts technique had not even formed yet, but Zhou Jie had actually made the correct response. Boom! In the next second, Zhou Jie's original position was attacked by countless whirlwinds. Among them were terrifying wind cones that were like sharp swords. This kind of simultaneous attack was something that the heaven and earth great shift could not defend against. However, Yuchi Hongzhe's reaction was also very fast. When Zhou Jie rushed into the sky, He also used his spear to trigger the whirlwinds and wind cones and soared into the sky. Unfortunately, in the sky, it's my domain. Although Yuchi Hongzhe was surprised by Zhou Jie's reaction, he was now even more confident. This was because he controlled the extreme state of wind. The ground was not suitable for him to fight, but the sky above 100 meters was the most suitable. Clang! Suddenly, a golden light shot out from Zhou Jie's body. In an instant, it soared into the wind and turned into a tornado, piercing toward Yuchi Hongzhe's face. It was the flying sword's essence, one-line sky tide. At such a close distance, Yuchi Hongzhe could not completely react. He could not help but change his expression. His long spear stabbed out with all his strength, and it just happened to hit the peak of the golden lotus sword array. Boom! The sky exploded, and a somewhat embarrassed figure fell from the sky and shot into the square, causing the ground to shake. Jaka 1. At the edge of the field, Yuan Rong, who saw this scene, was so surprised that her heart seemed to stop for a moment. She could not help but exclaim in a low voice. This! Yuan Tianxia and the others were also shocked. Zhou Jie was so powerful. Compared to them, none of them had such strength when they were young. However, although Zhou Jie calculated Yuchi Hongzhe's move, Yuchi Hongzhe was indeed very powerful. Whether it was martial arts, skills, or extreme state, he was stronger than Veronica. Overall, he was obviously stronger. Therefore, even if he hurriedly burst out to block the one-line sky tide, Yuchi Hongzhe was not seriously injured. He fell to the ground on purpose to dissipate the force. Bang! Zhou Jie seemed to know that he could not defeat Yuchi Hongzhe just now. At this moment, he had already swooped down from the sky, holding the kades with both hands. At the same time, the golden lotus sword array turned into one-line sky tide, and was about to arrive after his saber. Boom! The ground of the square exploded, and Yuchi Hongzhe soared into the sky like a sonic boom. Holding the long spear in his hand, he fearlessly faced Zhou Jie's saber. Seeing this, Zhou Jie's eyes widened in anger, and he used all his strength. With a slash, the saber chi turned into a rainbow. Yuchi Hongzhe was bathed in endless wind and stabbed out with his spear. For the first time, countless runes lit up on the spear, and an extremely bright energy burst out. The long spear also turned into a rainbow. Ping! Boom! 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 In the terrible explosion, two figures flew out. One flew into the sky, and the other flew to the ground like ragged dolls. Chapter 133. Zhou Jie was sent flying, and the single-line heavenly tide instantly lost control. It disintegrated into countless golden swords in the air, shooting out in all directions like arrows. Every golden sword let out a sonic boom. Yuan Tianxia was shocked by the collision between Zhou Jie and Luo Feng. He couldn't help but sigh. The younger generation will surpass us in time. At the same time, he also made a move to gather the scattered golden lotus sword flowers in the air to prevent them from hurting the spectators. Zhou Jie was sent flying more than 300 meters in the air. Only then did he manage to dissipate the force and stabilize his body. However, his expression was somewhat ugly. When he and Yuchi Hongzhe clashed just now, the spear in Yuchi Hongzhe's hand had exploded with an unimaginable penetrating power. It had actually pierced through his saber light and pierced his left shoulder. If not for the netherworld battlesuit, Zhou Jie was certain that there would have been a bloody hole in his left shoulder, even if his body was harder than iron. But even if his left shoulder was not pierced, Zhou Jie still felt a pain in his left shoulder. Moreover, he could not exert his strength properly. This was the most fatal thing. This was because Zhou Jie knew that in the collision just now, Yuchi Hongzhe's injuries were lighter than his. This battle was far from over. As if confirming Zhou Jie's thoughts, the stone dust in the plaza below dispersed. Yuchi Hongzhe's spear was stabbed into the ground, but he was still standing perfectly straight. It was just that his breathing was somewhat hurried and heavy. Moreover, through the circulation of his technique, a visible energy aura was being poured into his body through his nose and mouth. Zhou Jie endured the pain in his left shoulder and tried his best to absorb the energy in the universe to recover. Although he had not practiced any cultivation technique, the great universal shift could also increase the use of energy. His recovery speed was not slow either. However, Zhou Jie and Luo Feng had consumed a lot of energy. Even if the two of them were recovering at full strength, it would still take several days for them to return to peak condition. Therefore, Zhou Jie and Luo Feng were doing this mainly to adjust their condition and prepare for the next round of battle. Zhou Jie and Yuqi Hongzi looked at each other. After about 10 seconds of adjusting their condition, Zhou Jie controlled the Golden Lotus Sword flowers to launch the first attack. Golden Lotus Sword Formation, Tai Chi Extermination. 144 golden swords descended upon Yuqi Hongzi's head at an extremely fast speed. Yuqi Hongzi's brows raised, and his spear violently lashed out 8 times in an instant. 8 blasts of energy exploded above his head and broke the Tai Chi Extermination formation. Luo Feng, Luo Feng, Luo Feng's Luo slash, Luo Jies to the side, Luo of Luo, Luo and Luo Feng, Luo Luo bang. The saber and spear clashed, and the powerful recoil caused Yuqi Hongzi to slide along the surface of the ground. In the end, he did 2 backflips before stabilizing himself on the ground. A powerful shockwave followed closely behind and battered his entire body. Zhou Jie also rolled in the air to reduce the impact. The Golden Lotus swords flew to his side, and part of them were stepped on by him. Like an arrow leaving the bow, he once again charged towards Yuqi Hongzi. Seeing this, Yuqi Hongzi finally rose from the ground. His long spear was like a dragon as he charged towards Zhou Jie. The two of them instantly fought in the air, tens of meters above the ground. Their attacks were ferocious, causing the air to constantly whistle and explode. After exchanging nearly 100 moves, Zhou Jie became fiercer and fiercer. He completely understood Yuqi Hongzi's move. Even though his left shoulder was injured, he gradually gained the upper hand. With his terrifying killing techniques, he actually forced Yuqi Hongzi into a defensive position. Yuqi Hongzi could not help but become more and more alarmed. Previously, he was suppressing Zhou Jie because his cultivation level was higher, and he had the support of his cultivation technique and the extreme realm. But now, he had expended too much energy, and it was difficult for him to use the extreme realm to its full potential. He was actually being suppressed by Zhou Jie. Controlling the flying swords at the same time, his energy consumption should be greater than mine. But why are his attacks still so powerful? Is it just pure physical strength? Yuqi Hongzi was shocked, but he quickly understood the reason. He did not intend to delay any longer. I'm actually being suppressed by someone at the same level as me. I've really underestimated the heroes of the world. Unfortunately, your birth limits you. Yuqi Hongzi sighed in his heart. The long spear in his hand suddenly erupted with runic light again. Boom! Yuqi Hongzi fiercely thrust out his spear, directly using offense as a defense. Zhou Jie was shocked. He did not dare to let this spear stab him. He exerted all his strength and tried to block the spear. But after the long spear erupted with the power of the law of runes, it directly formed a terrifying chi shield. With an unstoppable penetrative force, it caused Zhou Jie's Kadi's blade to be shaken away. Zhou Jie's pupils constricted. He hurriedly borrowed the force to retreat, but it was too late. The chi shield of the long spear struck Zhou Jie's chest. Zhou Jie immediately shot backwards. Although he clenched his teeth in time, a few strands of blood still uncontrollably sprayed into the air. Swish, swish, swish. In a flash, dozens of golden swords simultaneously shot towards Yuchi Hongza. Unfortunately, their power was not enough, and they were swept aside by Yuchi Hongza's spear. Boom! Yuchi Hongza chased after Zhou Jie. The long spear once again burst out with the power of the Law of Runes. It spontaneously condensed into the power of the Qi shield, and with a terrifying power, it pierced towards Zhou Jie. Jocko! At the edge of the field, there were cries of alarm. Yuan Rong's beautiful face also paled. The great universal shift. Zhou Jie fell to the ground. As soon as he stabilized himself, Yuchi Hongza's spear came at him. He had to use all his strength to use the great universal shift to defend himself. But after Yuchi Hongza used the power of the Law of Runes on the spear, the power of the spear reached its peak. With Zhou Jie's current state, he could not block it no matter what. So, bang! Zhou Jie rolled away in a sorry state. He was once again injured by the Qi shield, and blood dyed his mouth and lips red. On the other hand, Yuchi Hongza held his spear and stood upright. The tip of the spear was pointed at the fallen Zhou Jie. You lost. In an instant, Zhou Jie felt all the pain in his body disappear. There was a roar in his head. His body tensed up, and he stopped moving. Lost? I've lost. Zhou Jie realized this and suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. At this moment, Zhou Jie was extremely unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. If he had comprehended the Supreme Realm 2 months ago, he would not have lost. If he also had a rune soldier, he would not have lost. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. Jocko? When Zhou Jie heard Yuan Rong shouting for him, his heart turned even colder. He turned his head and saw that Yuan Rong seemed to want to rush towards him, but her shoulder was pressed down by an elder. She could not break free at all. Zhou Jie. At this moment, Yuchi Hongza walked over and said. Zhou Jie did not seem to hear him. He was still looking at Yuan Rong. His teeth were clenched so tightly that they made cracking sounds. When Yuchi Hongza saw this, his heart trembled. At this moment, he suddenly felt that he could not compare to the person in front of him. If I did not have a rune soldier, I would have lost. Yuchi Hongza was very clear about this, so he also felt sorry for Zhou Jie. However, he could not lose in that situation. He could not afford to lose. I lost. Zhou Jie suddenly turned his head away and no longer looked at Yuan Rong. His expression had recovered a lot. He looked at the ground and seemed to be talking to himself. Yuchi Hongza frowned. He looked at Zhou Jie and suddenly said, Zhou Jie, I'll give you one more chance. In 10 years we will fight again. If you win, I will support you and Yuan Rong being together. But if you lose, then I'm sorry, but after that day, I will officially marry her. When Zhou Jie heard this, he suddenly raised his head and looked at Yuchi Hongza with bulging eyes. What did you say? Yuchi Hongza turned sideways and did not look at Zhou Jie. He said, You didn't hear wrong. In 10 years, you and I will fight again. Before that, I will not marry Yuan Rong. When Zhou Jie received Yuchi Hongza's affirmation, his blood-stained lips trembled. Then, he calmed down and said 2 words, Thank you. Yuchi Hongza didn't pay any attention to him and directly left. However, he didn't expect that one day, many years later, he would feel proud, because of the 2 words Zhou Jie had once said to him. Zhou Jie stood up, but Yuan Tianxia appeared in front of him and said, Okay, you can go now. Although I admit that you are a genius, you can't compare to Yuchi Hongza. You saw it yourself. Don't bother Xiao Rong anymore. When Zhou Jie heard this, he did not say anything. He only looked at Yuan Tianxia with a calm gaze. Then, Zhou Jie looked past Yuan Tianxia and met eyes with Yuan Rong, who was still being controlled by the elders. He realized that Yuan Rong was crying. Zhou Jie's heart trembled, but he gritted his teeth and endured it. He suddenly shouted at Yuan Rong, Wait for me to come back. I said I would marry you. Chapter 134. Zhou Jie's words made Yuan Tianxia's expression change. He couldn't help but say to Zhou Jie in a low voice, "Kid, you still don't want to give up? Yuqi Hongzi has the Yuqi family behind him, but you have nothing. The gap between you and him will only get bigger. Plus, this time Hongzi is fighting with you at the same level, but it won't be like this in 10 years. By then, you might not even be able to take one hit from him." Faced with Yuan Tianxia's threatening words, Zhou Jie looked at him indifferently and said, "10 years later, as long as I'm not dead, I'll come again." After that, Zhou Jie turned and left without looking back, leaving the furious Yuan Tianxia in a mess in the wind inside Skysea Universe Nation, Skysea Secret Land. Outside the entrance of the light source that was emitting a mysterious energy wave, 8 figures had already arrived. However, they weren't all here yet. After a simple greeting, they waited quietly and didn't rush to discuss business. At some point, "He's here," Yin Tianshui suddenly said. The others also sensed it and looked in one direction. A blurry flowing light flashed and appeared 7 to 8 meters away from the circle they formed. The flowing light dispersed and a young man in a light green robe appeared there. He took a few steps forward and joined the circle. "You're the slowest this time." Yin Tianshui looked at the young man who just arrived and smiled. "I was in seclusion and was delayed by something," the young man explained. His expression and tone were very indifferent. He didn't even raise his head to look at Yin Tianshui. Amongst everyone present here, Yin Tianshui had lived the longest, and his strength was the most unfathomable as well. Even the Alliance Master of the Star Sword Alliance, Zhuoqiuhong, didn't dare disrespect Yin Tianshui like this. However, none of the others dared to say anything when this young man acted in this way. Even Yin Tianshui himself wasn't unhappy because he knew this young man too well. Although he was much younger than him, he was an old monster who had lived for more than 100,000 years. His strength was also unfathomable, so much so that Yin Tianshui wasn't confident that he could suppress this young man. This young man was the founder of the Mystic Realm Academy, Ran, who was also known as the Dharma Emperor. As for the other 7 people present, they were the leader of the Star Sword Alliance, Zhuoqiuhong, the leader of the Bounty Hunter Alliance, Jin Yinjin, who called himself Jin Di, the founder of the World Mercenary Group, Pirate King Qiu Si, the Temple Master of the Temple of the Stars, Lu Eru, the Chief of Patrol Envoys, Long Yuan, the Elder Xingxia of the Independent Sector, and the Honorary Chairman of the Star Sector Committee, Evanson. The 9 people present represented the pinnacle of powerhouses in the Wanton Sea star field. The weakest among them was a 4th-stage domain lord. They were the giants of a region. Among them, the Elder Xingxia had lived for tens of thousands of years and was a 5th-stage domain lord. In his early years, he had outstanding achievements among the lord-level powerhouses. However, he didn't develop his own force and territory. He only built a independent sector in a remote area, which specialized in accepting independent cultivator geniuses and giving them opportunities. Moreover, the Elder Xingxia was considered an educator without discrimination. He often visited various places and formed good relationships with juniors, teaching them cultivation techniques or martial arts technique. However, this was all in remote areas. Therefore, few below the lord level had heard of the Elder Xingxia's name. "Since everyone is here, let's begin," Yin Tianshui said. "Compared to last time, there are only 2 more people. However, 3 of them are newcomers," Evanson said. He had also lived for close to 10,000 years and was fortunate enough to participate in a gathering like this last time. He was actually quite emotional. Thousands of years seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. His cultivation had reached a bottleneck and hadn't improved at all. Some of his juniors who hadn't been born yet had surpassed him. As for the lord-level powerhouses of the same generation as him, such as the Lai family's patriarch, they had either died or left the Wanton Sea star field. Their fates were unknown. As for the three newcomers that Evanson mentioned, they were Zhuo Qiuhong, Jin Yinling, and Qiu Si. Although some of them had reached the Lord level 5,000 years ago, they hadn't established a large force and thus weren't qualified to participate in this gathering. However, almost all of the Lord-level powerhouses would be informed about the situation of the Sky Sea Secret Realm. It wasn't that they were ignorant about it, but that they didn't have any experience with the exact matters that were to be carried out next. Therefore, Yin Tianshui nodded and continued, "Then I'll briefly explain. Everyone knows what we're going to do. According to past experience, the number of people who can enter is between 50 to 60. The specifics will depend on the choice of the entrants. Now that we have 9 people, we'll allocate the basic members according to our need. Xingxia and Evanson will be given 3 people, and we'll mention it if there's a need. The rest of the people will be given 5 people. These are all people who are guaranteed to enter, and the rest will have an average of 2 spots each. This will need to be fought for, or if anyone feels that 5 spots are enough, you can give up." Yin Tianshui smiled and glanced at the rest of the people. As expected, no one said anything. Clearly, they all hoped that more of their subordinates could enter. After all, this was the secret realm with the most opportunities in the Wanton Sea star field. There were some treasures that even they hoped to obtain. However, they couldn't enter, so they could only rely on their subordinates to nurture their geniuses. "Are we still using the virtual battle network this time?" Ron asked at this moment. "Yes." Yin Tianshui nodded and replied, "We specially came here for this meeting to build the virtual battle network again. The opening time of the channel is limited, so we have to build it as soon as possible. With the sole power of the 9 of us, we should be able to finish building it in about half a month. Although I've heard about it, we newbies don't know how to do it yet. We won't drag you down, right?" Zhuo Qiuhong said with a smile. He was one of the last batch of people to enter the Sky Sea Secret Realm, so he had naturally experienced the Virtual Battle Network. The Virtual Battle Network was a local spiritual network built with powerful spiritual power as a medium and some specialized technological equipment. It could allow people with strong enough spiritual power to enter it. The feeling was like the most realistic dream. In the Virtual Battle Network, all the candidates could copy their own spiritual avatar through their own knowledge of themselves. From there, they could use their spiritual avatar to fight with other people's spiritual avatars. Even if their spiritual avatar died, it would not cause any substantial damage to their real body. Moreover, the strength of this spiritual avatar was fixed. There was no difference in cultivation level or realm between them. It was a very fair method of selection. The reason for this choice was that after entering the Sky Sea Secret Realm, everyone's strength would be sealed. Then, their strength would be determined by their talent. Only those with higher talent would be able to play a greater role. The Virtual Battle Network selection method had been used several times. It was a good way to determine one's talent. "No, just follow my instructions. It's very easy. It's just that it will consume some spiritual power," Yin Tianshui replied. "Alright, let's begin. Once you're done, quickly select your candidate. As for the specific time of entry, it will depend on when you bring everyone here." Yin Tianshui continued. He did not want to waste time talking nonsense, and was ready to start building the virtual battle network. The others did not have any opinions. They all agreed or nodded and followed Yin Tianshui's instructions. Half a month later, Zhou Jie was piloting the G-grade spaceship on autopilot, drifting alone in the void of the universe. Zhou Jie was originally comprehending the ultimate state in the spaceship's training ground. Suddenly, his identity card became boiling hot. He could not help but be slightly moved. This was an emergency call. Who would send such a call if it was not a serious matter? Therefore, Zhou Jie stopped what he was doing. As he put away the Kadi's blade, he took out his identity card from his waist. When he looked at the screen, Zhou Jie was even more shocked. The person who had contacted him urgently was actually Haojue. Zhou Jie quickly answered the other party. Senior, you're looking for me? Zhou Jie, where are you now? Can you come back in 2 days? Haojue asked directly. Zhou Jie thought carefully. He had been teleported through 2 spatial points and experienced 5 spatial jump. He would be able to return to the Dragon Phoenix planet in about a day after another spatial jump. The reason he did not go back was that he did not want to come into contact with outsiders for the time being. He wanted to be alone for a while. Can I? Senior, are you in a hurry for me to go back? After Zhou Jie answered, he could not help but feel even more puzzled. Haojue nodded and said, Yes, you'd better come back as soon as possible. Something big has happened. A great opportunity has opened. The higher-ups want me to select 3 people to participate in the virtual battle network. I have high hopes for you, so come back quickly. The virtual battle network only covers a certain area. Okay, Senior. I'll be back in 1.5 days. Zhou Jie immediately answered. Then, Haojue nodded and ended the call. Virtual battle network? Great opportunity? Zhou Jie turned around and could not help but be surprised. At the same time, he also felt a little strange. Haojue said that he had high hopes for him. What was going on? His performance was not outstanding, was it? Could it be that he found out about my battle with Veronica? Zhou Jie could not help but guess. Other than that, he could not think of anything else about him that was worthy of Haojue's attention. Chapter 135. However, Zhou Jie's guess was wrong. In truth, Haojue didn't know about his battle with Veronica. However, Haojue was a retired military officer with the title of honorary general. He was still very close to the military. In addition, he was now in charge of the elite training base. Therefore, he naturally knew that Zhou Jie had participated in the Dread Pirates mission and obtained the highest level of achievement. He had been shocked when he learned about this and quickly contacted Lei Yu to ask him about the details of how Zhou Jie had obtained the 10th level achievement. If it had been someone else, Lei Yu might have done what he had promised Zhou Jie and refused to tell him. However, Haojue was one of the military's own people and was his senior. Even his superior had to give Haojue some face. Naturally, he didn't dare to offend him, so he told Haojue the details. However, he also told Haojue not to let Zhou Jie know about it. Haojue was also shocked when he learned that Zhou Jie had actually killed Samsung's Star-Lord, Yen Tianyin. After all, such combat power was really terrifying for a 1-star lord. He was definitely a monster-level genius. Haojue was a person who loved talent. Therefore, when he learned about the great opportunity of opening the Sky-Ocean secret realm and discovered that Zhou Jie wasn't in the base, he immediately took the initiative to contact him. If ordinary geniuses were out on missions and couldn't participate in the selection of the virtual battle network, he wouldn't care. However, Zhou Jie couldn't. It would be a pity if such a genius didn't fight for such a great opportunity. A day later, Zhou Jie's spaceship landed on the surface of the Dragon Phoenix planet. After getting off the spaceship, Zhou Jie quickly put it away and flew toward the elite training base. About an hour later, Zhou Jie returned to the base. Haojue immediately found him. Clearly, he had been waiting for him for a long time. Senior. Zhou Jie immediately saluted Haojue when he saw him. Haojue originally had a dignified expression, but when he saw this, he nodded and smiled. Then, he said to Zhou Jie, "The virtual battle network competition has begun. It will last at most 5 days. The competition is divided into 9 battle zones. 3 people from each battle zone will be selected. The 3 people with the highest points will be selected. When the time comes, go to the designated location. The Alliance Master will personally pick you to participate in the great opportunity." The Alliance Master will personally pick us up? When Zhou Jie heard this, he couldn't help but be shocked. At the same time, he realized how important this opportunity was. Clearly, the Alliance Master of the Star Sword Alliance attached great importance to it. Yes. Hao Jue confirmed Zhou Jie's shock. Then, he took out a very old-looking black helmet and handed it to Zhou Jie. Wear this. You can enter the virtual battle network. You can log out for 1 hour a day. Otherwise, your points will be erased. Also, when you enter, everyone's cultivation is the same. Even realms are useless. You can challenge opponents at will. There are no restrictions. The virtual battle network will give you additional points based on your performance. There will also be a leaderboard that will update the record at all times. Also, there will be a countdown. When the countdown ends, the virtual battle network will determine the top 3. After that, you will be kicked out. Hurry up. Okay. Zhou Jie took the helmet and nodded solemnly. He was determined to obtain this great opportunity. Seeing this, Hao Jue nodded slightly. Then that's settled. I look forward to your performance. After saying this, Hao Jue left in a flash, leaving Zhou Jie in a daze. He felt that it was a little strange that Hao Jue seemed to pay so much attention to him. A few minutes later, Zhou Jie had already returned to his villa. However, he wasn't in a hurry to enter the virtual battle network. Instead, he contacted Qin Feng and the others. However, Qin Feng and the other two didn't reply to his message. This made him a little puzzled. He wondered if they had already entered the virtual battle network? With this thought in mind, Zhou Jie felt that there was nothing to worry about. He went to the underground quiet room, put on the helmet, and prepared to enter the virtual battle network. The moment the helmet was put on, Zhou Jie felt an inexplicable force stimulating his brain. He couldn't help but release the mental power in his brain. After experiencing a strange feeling, Zhou Jie found himself in a yellow hill. The ground under his feet was hard yellow, and there were many small hills of different heights around him. This is amazing! Zhou Jie looked at his hands and feet and felt that everything was very real. However, he could also feel that there was something restraining him in the outside world. As long as he wanted to, he could leave this world. Faced with such a strange situation, Zhou Jie couldn't help but sigh. Then, Zhou Jie noticed a huge list displayed in the vast sky. There were dozens of names on it, followed by the number of points. At this moment, Zhou Jie found that a virtual pop-up box appeared in front of him, prompting him to enter his battle nickname. Zhou Jie was a little speechless. Why did it feel like he was playing a virtual game? There was even a nickname. After thinking about it, Zhou Jie still didn't use his real name. Instead, he used the nickname "Wait for me to marry you." Although Zhou Jie also felt awkward when he entered this nickname, when he looked at the names on the leaderboard, he finally chose to confirm it. Then, let's take a look at the list. First place, Level 8 Gale, 1,900 points. Second place, Idlefish, 1,820 points. Third place, Veronica, 1,800 points. Fourth place, Zhu Jiawei Hahaha, 1,760 points. 89th place, Mickey Mouse Eating Cat, 100 points. Therefore, Zhou Jie looked at other people's nicknames and felt that his wasn't that weird, so he chose to confirm. After confirming his name, Zhou Jie directly read some information about the rules of the battlefield. The general content was the same as what Hao Jue had told him. 100 points would be deducted if one lost a battle. Everyone would start with 500 points, and those who lost 100 points would be directly eliminated. In addition, battles could only be fought one-on-one, and those who interfered would be eliminated. Finally, the same person could only be defeated by the same person within 24 hours to obtain points. After understanding the rules, Zhou Jie received a notification that he could start the operation. Therefore, Zhou Jie familiarized himself with his body on the spot and found that the power he could use hadn't decreased by much. It was at least at the level of a one-star lord. As a result, even without the advantage of a physical body, he could still use 80% of his strength. Also, I don't have my own weapon, which means that I don't have a weapon advantage. I can't use my limiter domain either. This is even better for me. Zhou Jie was delighted when he understood all this. He even felt that, under such circumstances, he was almost invincible after cultivating the Qian Kuan Great Shift. Then, Zhou Jie summoned a saber with a thought. Its appearance was almost the same as the Kadi's blade. This was what the notification had told him. He could freely summon weapons, and there was no limit to the number of weapons he could summon. After thinking for a while, Zhou Jie summoned the Golden Lotus Sword Formation. However, when he wanted to use the Golden Lotus Sword Formation, he found it extremely difficult. The formation did not have the corresponding power. At this time, he suddenly realized, the reason he could use the powerful flying sword move was largely because the Golden Lotus Sword Formation itself was a treasure comparable to a seal soldier. Without the mysteries of the Golden Lotus Sword Formation, he could not even use the original power of the 5 great sword formations, let alone the flying sword extreme realm, one-line sky tide. Zhou Jie spent a few more minutes studying his body and finally understood his strength. Then, he carried the Kadi's blade on his back and took action. Not long after Zhou Jie took action, he suddenly read the location information of 3 people. It was a very strange feeling. It was as if there was a navigation system in his mind that gave him the location of 3 people. Someone is coming towards me? Zhou Jie was puzzled by this situation, but he found that someone on his left was moving towards him at a very fast speed. That person was originally more than 2,000 meters away from Zhou Jie, but in 2 breaths, he was less than 1,000 meters away. Zhou Jie was only surprised by this, but he wasn't afraid. Considering that the other 2 people didn't approach him quickly, and that the battle could only be one-on-one, Zhou Jie also flew towards that person after a short hesitation. Both sides were facing each other, so naturally, they approached each other faster. In just 2 breaths, the 2 saw each other and slowed down at the same time. Hurt by love. Zhou Jie found that there was a display of a nickname above the other person's head. He suddenly felt like he was struck by lightning. This nickname was also displayed above the other person's head. This seemed a little awkward. Waiting for me to marry you? The other person also saw the nickname above Zhou Jie's head and also felt like he was struck by lightning. I'm going to learn from Zhuge Dali and change myself. Not only do I want to become stronger, I also want to develop in all aspects. 2020, 1/22. Chapter 136. However, after a brief moment of surprise, Qing Shang took the initiative to attack Zhou Jie. He suddenly lunged forward, drawing his sword and slashing at Feng Luo. Zhou Jie was slightly moved when he saw this. However, it was not because of the power of this sword. On the contrary, he felt that this sword was simply full of flaws. Therefore, Zhou Jie moved quickly. The Kadi's blade cut through the air and slashed at the lower part of Qing Shang's sword. At the same time, he exerted his strength and followed up. The blade brushed past Qing Shang's sword and slashed Qing Shang's waist. Qing Shang was immediately shocked. He slashed horizontally with his sword, aiming to cut Zhou Jie's neck. This was the so-called attacking the enemy's vital point. However, Zhou Jie's forward momentum was too fast. Before Qing Shang's sword could reach him, Zhou Jie had already slashed the back of Qing Shang's neck. Blood splattered. At the same time, Zhou Jie received a notification. He defeated Qing Shang and received 100 points. After receiving the notification, Zhou Jie was stunned for a moment. He was astonished. This opponent was too weak. He was insta-killed in one move. But soon, Zhou Jie thought about it and roughly understood the reason. Those who could enter the virtual combat network were definitely geniuses. However, geniuses were just geniuses. Most of them had high cultivation talent, faster cultivation speed, higher comprehension of the realm, and better equipment, martial arts, and cultivation methods than the average person. These factors made these geniuses stronger than their peers. In terms of combat skills, there were actually many geniuses who were mediocre. In addition, they had just entered the virtual combat network. If they did not have any combat experience, there would be a huge deviation in their ability to exert their strength. This would cause them to perform their habitual moves improperly. Obviously, Qing Shang, who was killed by Zhou Jie in one move, was one of those geniuses who had average combat skills and experience and had yet to adapt to the virtual combat network. However, he was really unlucky to encounter Zhou Jie in his first battle. Zhou Jie figured out the problem. He glanced at the place where Qing Shang disappeared. He would respawn at the location where he was killed, shook his head slightly, and flew in the direction of one of the other two sensing points. However, to Zhou Jie's surprise, as he hurried on his way, one of the sensing points suddenly disappeared after it was a certain distance away. However, Zhou Jie had already chosen a target to approach, so he didn't have the time to care about the other target that had already disappeared. On the other side, as Zhou Jie rapidly approached, his target also began to move towards Zhou Jie, but it never left the ground. Zhou Jie flew in front of the hill where the target was located. Suddenly, a black shadow pounced on him from behind the hill, bringing with it the sound of wind whistling and air exploding. The momentum was extremely shocking. Due to the delay in sensing, Zhou Jie had not been able to discover in advance that the other party was waiting for him behind the hill. At this moment, the other party had launched a sudden attack to catch him off guard. However, Zhou Jie's reaction was not ordinary. While he was in the air, his speed suddenly decreased. He rotated his body and dodged to the side. At the same time, the Kadi's blade slashed out violently, colliding with the opponent's twin hammers that had changed their trajectory and attacked from the side. Boom! Zhou Jie and the ambusher's body shook. After recovering, they were about to attack again. The one who launched the sneak attack on Zhou Jie was a burly man who was over 2 meters tall. His muscles were extremely well developed. He brandished a pair of basketball-sized hammers and was about to rush forward and bombard Zhou Jie's abdomen. Zhou Jie, on the other hand, turned around at lightning speed and slashed at the opponent's hammer with his saber. His entire body flipped over and landed on top of the opponent's head. Then, he slashed at the opponent's head with his saber. At the same time, Zhou Jie also saw the opponent's nickname, Domineering. Tyrannical's reaction was not slow either. He hurriedly smashed his hammer to counter Zhou Jie's slash. Zhou Jie quickly changed his moves, using the Heaven and Earth Great Shift to unleash a palm strike, forcefully pushing aside the hammer that was smashing down on his opponent. Then, his saber pierced out like lightning, pointing at the center of his opponent's brows. Tyrannical was shocked, and then his body collapsed. The whole battle lasted less than 3 seconds. Then, Zhou Jie received a notification that he had obtained 180 points. This made Zhou Jie raise his head to look at the ranking board. Tyrannical, who was originally ranked 18th, had 900 points. At this moment, his nickname was flashing and soon became illusory. Then, he appeared in the 21st position with 800 points. Then, Zhou Jie also found his own ranking. He was ranked 28th, with 780 points. The gap between points below 1,000 points is very small. It seems that I have to enter the top 3 as soon as possible. Zhou Jie immediately made up his mind and calculated. He still needed more than 1,000 points to enter the top 3. If his luck was not too good, he estimated that he would have to defeat at least 7 or 8 people in a row. Each person would have an average of 700 to 800 points. If his luck was too bad, he might have to defeat 10 people in a row. With a goal in mind, Zhou Jie became very motivated and began to search for opponents in a direction. Soon, Zhou Jie sensed the location of 2 more targets. This time, the 2 targets, one in the front and one on the left, were rapidly approaching Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie thought that he could only fight one-on-one anyway, so he chose the opponent that was coming toward him first and was relatively close to him. In less than 2 breaths, Zhou Jie met the person. That person's nickname was Damned Gentle. Zhou Jie remembered that this person was in the top 20 of the ranking board. Damned Gentle saw Zhou Jie and pointed his spear at him. The long spear almost turned into a rainbow, and its power was shocking. It pierced straight toward Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie did not give way and slashed out with his saber to meet the spear. Zhou Jie used the heaven and earth great shift. He borrowed the force of the force and used the shifting flower to wood. With a few slashes, he forced Damned Gentle to retreat. He held the opponent's long spear with one hand and killed him with one slash. In less than 2 breaths, Zhou Jie received a notification that he had obtained 208 points. Then, Zhou Jie turned his head to the left and back. There, a streamer fled quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was 500 meters away. Ran away? Zhou Jie could not help but be speechless. The person just now was the target on the left that he sensed, but he chose Damned Gentle first and killed him in 2 breaths. The other target just arrived and saw the scene of Zhou Jie killing the last person. At that time, he was scared out of his wits and ran away without looking back. Damn, it was less than 2 breaths, right? He killed Damned Gentle in just a few breaths. My goodness, what kind of monster is that? While running, the person who was scared away by Zhou Jie was still muttering. He thought that if he met Zhou Jie in the future, he must run away quickly and never hesitate. Since the other party ran away decisively, Zhou Jie naturally would not chase after him. He shook his head and flew in another direction, intending to continue looking for the next target. This time, after more than 10 minutes, Zhou Jie sensed a stationary target and immediately approached him. At the same time, another prey is coming. A young man in a silver robe stood up and said with a smile. The nickname above his head was Idle Fish. Whoosh! Zhou Jie flew to the top of a hill, and a figure suddenly pounced on him. A silver halberd pierced through the air and aimed at Zhou Jie's chest. This situation happened twice, and Zhou Jie was naturally prepared. At the moment, he struck with his saber at lightning speed. While breaking the opponent's attack, he boldly pressed down. The blade of Cadiz slashed the opponent's weapon and was about to stab the opponent's face. Idle Fish was shocked and quickly dodged to the side. At the same time, he pushed his halberd horizontally, trying to shake off Zhou Jie's saber. Zhou Jie kicked and directly stepped on one of the opponent's wrists. Borrowing the force, he spun and changed his direction to slash at Idle Fish's head. Idle Fish could not help but resist with all his strength. Zhou Jie's attacks did not stop at all. They were linked, and each slash was stronger than the last. He displayed the essence of the heaven and earth great shift, dissolving the opponent's attacks and absorbing all external forces to strengthen his own attack. His attacks were endless, like a wave. Ah! Finally, Idle Fish could not resist and wanted to retreat. However, Zhou Jie had been waiting for this opportunity. The saber, which had been accumulating power for a long time, exploded completely and directly slashed. Poochie! Blood splattered, and Idle Fish's body collapsed. The second place is indeed stronger, but there is still a big gap. Zhou Jie killed Idle Fish in less than 10 breaths. He did not feel much excitement about this. Instead, he felt that the opponent was too weak. 1,376 points. If I defeat 5 more people, I will be able to enter the top 3. Zhou Jie then looked at his own points ranking, muttered to himself, and continued to move forward. A few minutes later, Zhou Jie encountered a person and was defeated by him using the Heaven and Earth Great Shift, earning him another 100 points. After that, Zhou Jie sensed 3 more targets in succession. He defeated 2 and scared the last one away. 1,736 points. I still need more than 200 points. At this point, Zhou Jie was also quite excited. The only thing that puzzled him was, why couldn't he find a decent opponent? Chapter 137. Zhou Jie couldn't figure out why his opponents were so weak, but the opponents he defeated were all wondering why Zhou Jie was so strong. In fact, one of the reasons why Zhou Jie was so strong in the virtual battle network was because his actual combat ability was number 1. Even if he did not have any other methods, Zhou Jie would be able to defeat all the opponents in this battle zone just by relying on his fighting prowess. And Zhou Jie, who had cultivated the limitless saintly hands, was even more terrifying. The great universal shift was completely created for the weak to defeat the strong. Zhou Jie himself was the stronger side, and with the heaven-defying methods that allowed him to defeat the strong, he was naturally invincible. After all, no matter how much of a genius he would not be able to cultivate a secret technique on the level of the limitless saintly hands, nor would he be able to learn the killing instinct that Zhou Jie had cultivated from countless bloody battles. In the next 4 days, Zhou Jie looked for opponents everywhere. He defeated 34 people in a row, and his points reached a terrifying 6,524 points. He occupied the first place on the ranking list for more than 2 days. During this time, Zhou Jie defeated almost all the people in the top 10 of the original ranking list, including Veronica. However, when Zhou Jie met Veronica, he realized that their appearances were randomly generated. Unless they said who they were, they couldn't recognize each other at all. Zhou Jie then thought of the 34 opponents he had faced. It was very likely that Qin Feng and the others were among them. However, they didn't even have the chance to say anything when they met him, and they were all gone. Moreover, among these 34 people, not a single one of them could last more than 30 seconds against Zhou Jie. The ones who lasted the longest were Veronica and Level 8 Gale, but the two of them were defeated in just over 20 seconds, and they were both killed. After Zhou Jie's nickname occupied the ranking list for a day, Zhou Jie began to find it difficult to find opponent. Even if he occasionally found a few, they would turn around and run away when they saw him. Many of them were acquaintances, and they ran as if they had seen a ghost, as if they had grown wings. As the selection neared the end, Zhou Jie occasionally bumped into a few people who knew him. They ran away from him and didn't fight at all. This was because once they fought, running away also meant defeat. It didn't count before they fought. There are only so many people in total, and most of them know me. They ran away when they saw my nickname. Forget it, at least the top 3 is secure. Zhou Jie had just scared another person away. He looked at the time and saw that there were still 2 hours or so left. He shook his head helplessly. At this moment, the second place on the ranking list was more than 300 points, while the third place was more than 400 points. The gap was even wider. It was unlikely that he would be pushed to the 4th place, so he didn't plan to seriously find opponents to fight. Thus, Zhou Jie casually found a spot beside the hill, sat down cross-legged, and waited for the selection to end. However, when there was only 1 hour left, Zhou Jie suddenly received a message saying that the location detection had been removed, and he could ambush his opponents. At this moment, Zhou Jie suddenly had another idea. Previously, the two of them could sense each other even when they were far apart. Thus, when they appeared, they would see each other's nicknames and so on. This was why many of his opponents were scared away. However, now that there was no location detection, whoosh! Zhou Jie immediately disappeared from where he was and moved again. Because the second place was only about 100 points behind him, he felt that it was necessary to increase the distance between them again. Haha, it's you again, more than 400 points are in my hands. Idle Fish laughed loudly and rushed down the hill to attack a man in black. The man in black's nickname was Invincible Sect. Hearing this, he turned pale with fright and didn't dare to fight at all. He jumped and ran. However, he didn't know how many lifetimes of bad luck he had. Another figure flashed in front of him. However, the person behind him was a lazy fish. The Invincible Sect Master could only bite the bullet and run forward. He would rather fight this person than a lazy fish. That would be a complete waste of time. On the other side, Idle Fish saw the person who suddenly appeared in front of Invincible Sect and immediately turned pale with fright. He said, F***ck, wait for me to marry you. Before he finished speaking, Idle Fish had already turned and ran. Invincible Sect was about to bite the bullet and fight Zhou Jie, but Zhou Jie directly dodged him and chased after Idle Fish. Invincible Sect was stunned and only reacted after 2 seconds. Wait for me to marry you? That person just now was waiting for me to marry you? Thinking about how Idle Fish was chasing him 1 second and then being chased by Zhou Jie the next, Invincible Sect was amused. It's really a fight between immortals. I'm just a mortal, and I'm directly ignored. Invincible Sect shook his head and sighed, but still couldn't help but want to laugh. At the moment the countdown ended, Zhou Jie received a notification that he would be leaving the virtual battle network in 10 seconds. This made Zhou Jie involuntarily look up at the leaderboard. The leaderboard had already stopped changing. He was still in first place, more than 700 points ahead of the second place. As for the second place, it was level 8 Gale, and the third place was Veronica. As for Idle Fish, after being killed by Zhou Jie again, he was behind Veronica by a few points and had no chance of being in the top 3. He was really unlucky. Zhou Jie woke up with a strange feeling. When he opened his eyes, he realized that he was still sitting on the futon in the underground meditation room. Zhou Jie looked at his body and then moved a little. That familiar feeling of strength confirmed that he had returned to reality. So he heaved a sigh of relief, got up and left the underground meditation room. After drinking a glass of milk, Zhou Jie went to the training ground on the second floor, intending to warm up. At the same time, he hoped that the exercise would make him forget some things, even though at this moment, he was thinking about her again. He couldn't help but think about her. However, before Zhou Jie could warm up, his identity card rang. It was an emergency call. Zhou Jie didn't have to think to know that it was Hao Jue. So he immediately took out his identity card to take a look. The result was, after the call was connected, Hao Jue immediately said to Zhou Jie, congratulations. Although I had confidence in you, I didn't expect you to perform so well and win first place. You should get ready. The Alliance Master will come to pick you and Veronica up soon. Come to the entrance of the base at around 5 o'clock. Oh, okay, Zhou Jie replied. He couldn't help but be surprised. So soon? It seemed that the Star Sword Alliance leader was very anxious about this matter. It wasn't just an ordinary matter. Then Zhou Jie looked at the time. There were still about 3 hours before 5 o'clock. He thought about it and felt that he should tell Kakashi about this matter first and make preparations. When it was close to 5 o'clock, Zhou Jie hurried out of the underground meditation room and went to the entrance of the base. There, he saw Veronica and Hao Jue. When Veronica saw Zhou Jie, a hint of fear flashed across his eyes. However, Zhou Jie didn't notice. After greeting him with a nod, he also greeted Hao Jue. Then he asked, Senior, when will the Alliance Master arrive? Hao Jue was about to answer when he suddenly looked behind Zhou Jie with a surprised expression. At the same time, Zhou Jie's expression froze. He felt the aura behind him. It was as deep as the ocean and as terrifying as the moon and the stars. In short, it could be summed up with one word, strong. Sorry to keep you waiting, little guy. Zhuoqiuhong stood behind Zhou Jie and smiled. Obviously, he had heard what Zhou Jie just said. Alliance Master. Hao Jue didn't care about anything else at this time. He hurriedly shouted at Zhuoqiuhong with a fearful expression. Teacher. Veronica also immediately said and bowed slightly to the person behind Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie hurriedly turned around and bowed as well. Then he said, No, Lord Alliance Master, I've just arrived as well. You're Zhou Jie. Very good. After this fortuitous encounter, I'll consider taking you as my disciple. First, I'll ask if you're willing? Zhuo Hong directly disregarded his question from before and spoke to Zhou Jie like this. Zhou Jie was instantly overwhelmed by the favor, but he still appeared calm and composed. He said in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing, "It's my honor that Lord Alliance Master is willing to take me as your disciple. I'm naturally willing." Zhuo Hong nodded slightly when he saw this, and then he said with a smile, "All right, but all of this will have to wait for your return. Now I'll bring you to the gathering point." After Zhuo Hong finished speaking, he shot up into the sky. Zhou Jie and Veronica were instantly enveloped by an enormous force and shot up into the sky as well. They followed closely behind Zhuo Hong and disappeared above the clouds. Zhuo Hong brought Zhou Jie and Jian Yiling to an altitude of several tens of thousands of meters. There was a jet-black spaceship parked there, and it looked very strange. After that, Zhuo Hong swung his hand and tossed Zhou Jie and Jian Yiling towards the spaceship. In the next second, a door opened on the spaceship, and the two of them entered it. Zhuo Hong followed closely behind them and entered the spaceship as well. Chapter 138. Follow me, there are more people inside. Zhuo Hong said to Zhou Jie and Luo Feng, and then he led the way into the depths of the corridor. Zhou Jie followed behind Zhuo Hong, and he sized up the corridor along the way. He noticed that it didn't seem to be made of metal, and he was slightly puzzled, but it wasn't appropriate for him to ask. Not long after, Zhou Jie and Luo Feng followed Zhuo Hong into a place that resembled the cockpit of a spaceship. However, there was no control panel, nor were there any electronic devices like buttons. Zhou Jie couldn't help but be even more puzzled. Besides that, there were 6 people inside. They were originally sitting at the table in the center, and they were chatting about something. At this moment, they all stood up and greeted Zhuo Hong with different greetings. "Lord Alliance Leader." 3 of them shouted, "Teacher." 2 of them called out in such a manner, "Master." Only a young man who looked to be in his 20s addressed him in this way. Zhou Jie couldn't help but feel puzzled. Veronica also addressed Zhuo Hong as teacher, so why was this young man so special and addressed him as master? No one knew what Zhou Jie was thinking, and naturally, no one gave an explanation. However, Zhuo Hong still introduced the people present, and Zhou Jie instantly understood. "All right, since everyone is here, I'll make a simple introduction so that all of you can get to know each other," Zhuo Hong said, and then he pointed at Zhou Jie. "This is Zhou Jie from the elite training base. After this matter, I intend to take him as an in-name disciple. This is Veronica. She's currently in the elite training base as well, and she's my in-name disciple for the time being." After Zhuo Hong finished speaking, he pointed at the young man who called him master and continued, "This is Luo Feng, my only personal disciple." Then Zhuo Hong introduced the other 5 people. Among them, the 2 who called him teacher were his official disciples. One was called Jiang Jie, and the other was called Inkfist. The other 3 were some genius experts who held positions in the Star Sword Alliance. They were all members of the elite training base, and without exception, they were all existences on the gold rankings. After introducing everyone, Zhuo Hong began to cut to the chase. "Everyone, take a seat. Next, I'll talk about the opportunity that I've gathered everyone to participate in this time. Luo Feng already knows, so listen to me again. This time, I'll give you some things to take note of, and I'll send everyone a document." Zhou Jie and the others sat down as instructed. Seeing this, Zhuo Hong began to talk. "This time, we're going to the Heavenly Ocean Mysterious Realm, one of the greatest places of opportunity in the unfettered Sea Star Zone. Only Star Lords can enter this mysterious realm. Also, once you enter, the power of the mysterious realm will be divided into 3 levels according to your talent. 3 different marks will appear on your foreheads. Your power will be completely sealed, but you'll be able to control the energy in the mysterious realm through the mark. Different marks can control different amounts of energy. We've named the 3 marks Sun, Moon, and Star. The Sun mark can control the most energy, the Moon mark can control the second, and the Star mark can control the least. These 3 marks will be the standard to measure your strength when you enter the mysterious realm. Zhuoqiuhong paused for a moment before continuing. In the mysterious realm, you'll be restricted from using foreign objects. Rune weapons won't increase your strength too much. They can only be used as ordinary weapons. However, that doesn't mean that the gap between you will be fixed in the mysterious realm. There are many creatures in the mysterious realm. The more you kill, the more you'll be strengthened, and your marks will be upgraded. There are many levels of marks above the Sun mark. From low to high, they are the Triple Union mark, 4 Spirits mark, 5 Paths mark, 6 Mystic mark, 7 Kill mark, 8 Desolation mark, and 9 Heaven mark. There might even be higher levels. I reached the 8 Desolation mark at the last stage and obtained a legacy in the Inheritance Palace. That's how I got to where I am today. I hope that some of you can enter the Inheritance Palace in the end. Master, are there any requirements to enter this Hall of Inheritance that you mentioned? At this moment Luo Feng asked. The others couldn't help but look at him. Many of them secretly thought that he was bold. However, on second thought, as personal disciples, the relationship between the two must be special. They were fearful of Lord-class experts, but Luo Feng wasn't. Zhuoqiuhong nodded and said, "This is what I'm going to tell you next. There are a total of 5 areas in the Arcane Plane, namely the Bloody Forest, the Purple Crystal Mine, the 10,000 Treasures Ridge, the Holy Road, and the Inheritance Hall. Once you enter, you will definitely be scattered in the Bloody Forest. You only need to survive for a certain period of time. No one has calculated the exact time, but I stayed in the Arcane Plane for more than a year and a half. I feel that the time spent in each area is about the same, so you should stay in each area for more than 3 months before being transported to the next area. After staying in the Purple Crystal Mine for a certain period of time, you will then be transported to the 10,000 Treasures Ridge. In this manner, you will arrive at the Holy Road. That is a watershed. Only by walking through the Holy Road can you reach the Inheritance Hall. However, the Holy Road is extremely difficult to pass. The tests are unpredictable and are different for everyone." After Zhuoqiuhong finished speaking, everyone present was extremely shocked. Back then, so many geniuses had entered, almost representing the peak of the geniuses in the entire Wanhai Star Zone, but he was the only one who had passed the Holy Road. The difficulty of passing the Holy Road was indeed incredible. But you don't have to be scared. Passing the Holy Road is also a matter of luck. Moreover, I feel that our group is still lacking compared to you now. This might be the reason why the Tianhai secret realm opened again in such a short period of time. It should be because the complex era is coming. Zhuoqiuhong was also afraid that this would affect the confidence of Zhou Jie and the others, so he immediately added. However, what he said was also the truth. Moreover, even if you can't pass the Holy Road, as long as you can pass the 10,000 Treasures Ridge, I'm sure you'll gain a lot. There are some things in the first 3 realms that even lords like us want. If you can obtain them, you can bring them to me to exchange for treasures or other things that you want. I've written all these in the information. I'll send it to you now. Take a good look and be mentally prepared. At this time, Zhuoqiuhong took out his identity token, which was also the leader token of the Star Sword Alliance, and sent a message to Zhou Jie and the others. Zhou Jie quickly felt his identity token vibrate and hurriedly took it out to take a look. When he saw that it was information sent by Zhuoqiuhong, he immediately did not have time to wonder how Zhuoqiuhong was able to contact him. He immediately opened it and read it. However, Zhuoqiuhong had not finished speaking. At this time, he said, "There's one more thing that I want to remind everyone. In the secret realm, there are not only dangers of the secret realm itself, but also more fatal dangers from others. Killing others in the secret realm can allow you to obtain more imprint energy to upgrade your imprint, but I don't want you to kill each other. Do you understand? If anyone violates this, then don't be able to survive. At the end, Zhuo Qiuhong seemed to be joking and even laughed. However, Zhou Jie and the others knew that he was not joking. He just did not want to frighten them. However, if any of them really violated this rule and killed their own people, the consequences would be dire once Zhuo Qiuhong found out. After that, Zhou Jie and the others studied the information that Zhuo Qiuhong sent them. There were many details in it and everyone looked at it seriously. After Zhuo Qiuhong left the room where Zhou Jie and the others were, Zhou Jie and the others gradually began to discuss. After a few digressions, Zhou Jie learned that the spaceship he was on was actually not an ordinary technological spaceship, but a runic flying ship named Ebony. Its value was extremely shocking. In addition, he also gained a better understanding of the others. For example, he knew the cultivation of the others and discovered that he and Veronica were the only one-star lords present. The Ebony flying ship was extremely fast and could also enter the space jump layer, the interlayer between space where the spaceship accelerated above the speed of light, also known as the superluminal layer. Without needing to deliberately control it, it could travel tens of thousands of light-years in a day. It was much faster than the Kaji. Therefore, in just a few days, the Ebony flying ship arrived at the entrance of the Sky-Ocean secret realm. Zhuo Qiuhong led Zhou Jie and the others off the flying ship. Then, with a flip of his hand, he stored the Ebony flying ship into his spatial device and led Zhou Jie and the others to the gathering point that was closer to the entrance. Chapter 139. That's fast. The first to arrive was naturally Yin Tianshui. He greeted Zhuo Qiuhong with a smile when he saw him flying over. Haha, Monarch is always the fastest. Zhuo Qiuhong couldn't help but laugh. At the same time, he looked at the others and realized that other than Yin Tianshui's 9 people, only Evanson's 5 people had arrived before him. Zhuo Qiuhong glanced at the people behind Evanson and said with a smile, "Chairman, there are quite a number of geniuses from the Star Field Alliance this time." Evanson rolled his eyes at him and said, "How can we be compared to you when we're in politics? However, there have been a few good seedlings in recent years. Let's let them have a look." Zhou Jie listened from behind and couldn't help but be shocked. At the same time, he confirmed Yin Tianshui and Evanson's identities. They're actually the monarch of the Skysea Cosmic Country and the chairman of the Star Field Alliance. These are all people who stand at the peak of power. The Skysea secret region is really something. Yin Tianshui and the other 2 giants started chatting. They didn't avoid Zhou Jie and the other juniors. Even Luo Feng, who was a patroller, didn't dare to breathe loudly. He just floated silently in the void. After a few hours, Zhou Jie and the others also closed their eyes to cultivate like the people behind the monarch of the Skysea Cosmic Country. Yin Tianshui and the others stopped talking and waited quietly. Finally, the leader of the Temple of the Stars, Lu Eru, and the 6 people she brought along arrived. Lu Haoran was among them. However, with Zhuo Qiuhong and the others present, Zhou Jie and Lu Haoran didn't dare to approach and talk. They didn't even dare to transmit their voices. They just nodded to each other. Another day passed, and the big shots finally arrived one after another. "Everyone is here. If there's no problem, let's begin," Yin Tianshui said immediately after the last star hero arrived. Zhuo Qiuhong and the others nodded in response. Then, they gave a few instructions to their own people and sent them to the entrance. Zhou Jie and the others were also pushed towards the entrance by the energy controlled by Zhuo Qiuhong. They moved very quickly, covering several thousand meters in the blink of an eye. Soon, Zhou Jie and the others were less than a kilometer away from the entrance. The entrance, which looked huge from afar, suddenly became as huge as a heavenly moat. It was difficult to see the top and bottom of it. Suddenly, dozens of light beams shot out from the depths of the huge entrance, connecting to Zhou Jie and the others. Zhou Jie only felt his whole body burning, and a slight tingling sensation spread throughout his body, causing his whole body to go limp, and even his mind to become absent-minded. Zhou Jie didn't know how much time had passed before he woke up. He was a little frightened when he thought about how he had lost consciousness. When he regained consciousness, the light beam that was connected to him had already begun to pull him toward the entrance. He was about to enter the entrance of the light cave. At the last moment, Zhou Jie turned his head and saw that there were still a lot of people being dragged away by the light beams. However, there were also a few people who remained where they were and were not dragged away by the light beams. Sigh, my direct descendants are getting worse and worse. The temple master of the Temple of the Stars couldn't help but shake his head and sigh when he saw that two of the people he had brought weren't chosen, and one of them was Lu Haoran. However, at this moment, Yin Tianshui saw that two of the people he had sent were also left behind, and at least two of the people brought by the other Lord-level powerhouses were left behind. His expression changed slightly, and he said, "Strange, the quality of people going in this time is not lower than before, but there are more people left behind. Seems like the opening of the secret realm is a little special this time? It seems like there are too many people left behind." Ron couldn't help but say as he glanced at the people who had stayed behind. After Zhou Jie entered the entrance of the light cave, his vision instantly turned bright. He couldn't help but close his eyes, feeling that he was moving at high speed. When Zhou Jie felt his body tremble and he felt solid ground beneath his feet, he abruptly opened his eyes and discovered that he had arrived in a dark red forest. Blood Soil Forest. Zhou Jie looked at the information and instantly realized that he had arrived in the first place. Blood Soil Forest, true to its name. At this moment, Zhou Jie looked as far as the eye could see. The sky was shrouded in blood-red clouds, causing everything to seem dark red. The soil under his feet also seemed to be stained with blood. The color was black and red and slightly wet. Blood Soil Essence. Zhou Jie remembered that the information said that there was something in the Blood Soil Forest that could be used to make healing elixirs called Blood Soil Essence. This was also something that Lord-level powerhouses like Zhuqiuhong wanted. It could be used to exchange for many treasures. Take the cultivation points of the elite training base as an example. 1 kilogram of Blood Soil Essence could be exchanged for 10,000 cultivation points, and 1 kilogram of Blood Soil Essence was only a piece of Blood Soil Essence that was slightly bigger than a ping-pong ball. According to Zhuqiuhong, if he was lucky, it was possible to obtain dozens of kilograms of Blood Soil Essence, which would be worth hundreds of thousands of cultivation points. He could even exchange it for several low-level rune weapons and treasures. Under such circumstances, the Blood Soil Essence was not unattractive to Zhou Jie. Although there were many treasures in the Sacred Land, there were not many suitable low-level weapons that could be perfectly used by Star Lords, at least, that was what Kakashi said. Also, most of the treasures were in the Treasure Pavilion, and there were also some in the Supernatural Tower. None of them were easy to obtain. Zhou Jie felt that the priority was to get himself a normal rune weapon, which was better than Kadi's blade. According to Kakashi, it was a weapon that the children in the Sacred Land practiced for fun. At that time, Zhou Jie almost kicked Kakashi away. However, the Blood Soil Forest was also dangerous. Therefore, Zhou Jie was very careful after he started his operation. A round mark on his forehead was flashing slightly. Huh! After Zhou Jie took a few steps, he suddenly realized that all the energy in his body had been sealed for no reason. Instead, it was replaced by a kind of pure energy that was different from the energy in his body. Under the control of his thoughts, he freely controlled it through the mark on his forehead. The mark of the sun. Zhou Jie touched the shape of the mark on his forehead and was pleasantly surprised. It was the sign of the strongest strength for a newcomer. Then, Zhou Jie couldn't help but display his skills on the spot. After familiarizing himself with his strength, he continued to move forward. In front of him was a dense jungle, and the place where he appeared was a very small open space. The surrounding vegetation was relatively sparse. In the forest, the trees were of different heights, but they were all much taller than a person. There were also all kinds of shorter vegetation. The shorter ones were less than the length of an arm, and the taller ones were only slightly taller than an ordinary person. Most of them were large-leaved plants. The sky was dark, so red that it was almost black. The deeper he went into the forest, the darker the surroundings became. It was like an area far from the equator, after 5 o'clock in the evening in winter. Zhou Jie walked for 7 or 8 minutes, and his speed wasn't slow. He estimated that he had walked for almost 2,000 meters. Suddenly, a strong fragrance wafted in the air. Zhou Jie's pupils couldn't help but shrink, and he hurriedly held his breath. If it was an ordinary person, it might be difficult to find anything from such a rich fragrance. However, Zhou Jie smelled the faint smell of blood mixed in the fragrance at the first moment. Fortunately, Zhou Jie quickly found that the fragrance was not poisonous. He immediately became cautious and continued to walk forward, but his speed was slower. After walking for another minute, the aroma became even stronger and even more intoxicating. It was as if a starving person had smelled the aroma of delicious food. It was irresistible to search for the source of the aroma. Zhou Jie became more cautious as he went deeper. He knew that there were still creatures in the blood forest. Some of them were strong and strange beasts, but for people like Zhou Jie who entered, they were almost no threat. On the contrary, the plants here were extremely terrifying existences that specialized in attracting beasts to live, and the essence of the blood mud was often formed under the soil where they took root. Finally, after passing through a dense patch of large-leaved vegetation, Zhou Jie saw a willow-like plant dozens of meters away. The trunk was dozens of meters tall, and there were countless branches. Accompanied by countless willow-like, thin vines, it was like a waterfall, shockingly dense. Zhou Jie quickly took out the blade of Cadiz. The mark of the sun on his forehead flashed with a strong light, and he continued to walk forward step by step. The place where the willow grew formed an open space with a diameter of more than 20 meters. It seemed very spacious, and the willow was planted in the center. It was like an ordinary plant, silent and without a sound. Zhou Jie stepped into the open space, and his eyes locked on the soil where the willow took root. The soil there was a translucent red color, and it looked very strange. Chapter 140. Zhou Jie stood at the edge of the open space for a few seconds and realized that the willow tree did not attack. Therefore, Zhou Jie began to move closer. His target was the soil at the root of the willow tree. If he was not wrong, there should be blood mud essence there. Bang! Suddenly, when Zhou Jie was about 10 meters away from the willow tree, dozens of vines that looked like willow leaves suddenly whipped down from the top of the willow tree. Their target was Zhou Jie's head. However, Zhou Jie did not even raise his head. He instantly slashed upward with Cadiz's blade, and at the same time, moved sideways to put some distance between them. Puff! A few willow vines that were as thick as a thumb were cut off and fell to the side. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, dozens of branches near the ground of the willow tree began to shake. Hundreds of willow vines burst out and shot toward Zhou Jie, trying to entangle him. Zhou Jie's expression changed slightly, but his hands did not slow down. In an instant, he lowered his body and rushed forward. At the same time that he slashed with Cadiz's blade, the golden lotus sword scattered and shot out, blocking most of the willow vines. Only a few that broke through the barrier were cut off by Zhou Jie's Cadiz's blade. The broken vines fell to the ground like snakes on the verge of death, twisting endlessly. However, Zhou Jie rushed forward, but he was inevitably blocked by countless willow vines. This was because when he was about 3 meters away from the willow tree, the gathered vines were as dense as a net. Not only could the scattered golden swords not cut it, even Zhou Jie's Cadi's blade found it extremely difficult to cut it. More and more willow vines gathered toward Zhou Jie and entangled him from all directions. Above his head there were countless whipping vines. It was as if they wanted to poke Zhou Jie's head into a hornet's nest. Zhou Jie quickly controlled the golden lotus sword. However, the golden lotus sword was sealed in the secret realm and could not increase Zhou Jie's spiritual power. He could not even use the sword formation. Zhou Jie could only condense it into a circle that connected the head and tail, and cut off all the vines that were whipping him from above. At the same time, Zhou Jie displayed his sword skills to the extreme. His hands moved together, and his waist and hips twisted together. The Cadi's blade flashed back and forth between his hands like a shadow, bursting forth with sword light, cutting off all the willow vines that came from all directions. Such a terrifying sword technique could not be displayed with just strength. Unless one had been immersed in the sword for several years, even a Lord-tier expert would not be able to display such a terrifying sword technique with both hands. Zhou Jie was an expert in all kinds of weapons. He had been using the Cadi's blade for several years, which was why he could display such a shocking performance. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Jie had cut off a large number of its vines. The willow tree seemed to be frightened. It began to retract all its vines and gather them together, as if to form a huge net to protect itself. Seeing this, Zhou Jie quickly flashed forward. The Cadi's blade erupted with a dazzling sword light, and with one slash, he cut through the protective net that had not yet fully formed. His entire body broke into a position less than a meter away from the willow tree's trunk. In an instant, the willow vines that were about to form a protective net swept towards Zhou Jie as if they had gone crazy, wanting to crush Zhou Jie. Then, Zhou Jie dodged sideways for a distance and slashed at the willow tree's trunk near the root. Ka. A quarter of the trunk that was about 70 centimeters thick was directly cut in, and a light red juice that emitted a rich fragrance sputtered out. The willow vines became even more frenzied in an instant, and more of them gathered towards Zhou Jie, wanting to wrap around him and strangle him. However, Zhou Jie naturally would not give it the chance to do so. His figure flashed continuously, avoiding the main gathering point of the branches, and surrounding the willow tree's trunk. He slashed 3 times in a row, almost hitting the same horizontal line. This time, a circle of scars appeared on the willow tree's trunk, and a full 3/4 of its surface area was cut off, equivalent to a circle radius that had been reduced to half of its original size. However, at this time, the willow vines had completely blocked all of Zhou Jie's dodging directions, and were about to close in on Zhou Jie and bind him within. Zhou Jie quickly turned around and, with one foot, he retreated to the bottom of the willow tree's trunk. His feet formed a half bow, and after stabilizing his center of gravity, he continuously slashed. Piu. Countless branches were cut off and fell to the ground around Zhou Jie. After a few breaths, a dense layer of branches covered the ground. Using the heaven and earth great shift, Zhou Jie continuously slashed with his saber, each strike stronger than the previous one, and the saber momentum was constantly accumulating. At this time, his saber burst out, but his body turned, and he chopped at the willow tree's main trunk that was already deeply scarred. Crack! Saber chi burst out. Zhou Xing was afraid that this strike was not enough to completely cut off the trunk, so he gathered all of his strength, and finally, the saber simply cut through the trunk. In an instant, it was as if a person had lost his head, and all of his movements were instantly out of control. Countless willow vines that were entangling Zhou Jie dropped at this moment, and as the upper half of the trunk fell, they drifted away. Boom! The willow tree, that was more than 10 meters tall fell to the ground, but Zhou Jie only glanced at it and no longer paid attention to it. He turned around and walked to the remaining tree stump, and began to dig the soil below. After more than a minute, Zhou Jie dug up a large lump of soil that was emitting a faint red fluorescent light more than a meter deep underground. This made him very excited. Blood mud essence, looks like there's a lot of it. Zhou Jie revealed a smile. He felt that as long as he was lucky enough, the blood mud essence was very easy to obtain. Just this alone was estimated to be worth tens of thousands of cultivation points, or even hundreds of thousands. After a while, Zhou Jie dug out the blood mud essence along with some soil that was not essence. After roughly estimating the weight, he put it into the space ring. About 11 kilograms. Excluding the magazines, it should be worth about 100,000 cultivation points. This is really too easy. Zhou Jie couldn't help but sigh. He had only managed to obtain about 100,000 cultivation points in the past few years after risking his life. In the end, it could be said that he obtained it so easily in one go. Let's go look for more. It hasn't even been half an hour since I came here. There are still 3 months left. Zhou Jie thought of this and stood up, feeling his entire body brimming with eagerness. Moving forward again, Zhou Jie was still as cautious as before. Through the mark of the sun, he released his spiritual perception domain to the limit. Zhou Jie could immediately detect the slightest movement within a radius of 10 zhang around him. However, due to the consumption of spiritual perception, Zhou Jie increased his speed appropriately. However, it was unknown if Zhou Jie's luck was too good at the beginning, or if it was too bad at the end, but after advancing for more than a day, he had only encountered a few ferocious exotic beasts and a few plants that wanted to devour him. Naturally, those exotic beasts and plants were all killed by Zhou Jie. However, those plants were not as strong as the willow tree, and the soil they were rooted in did not contain the blood mud essence. This made Zhou Jie feel very helpless. He actually hoped to encounter some more terrifying plant. As long as there was the blood mud essence, everything would be fine. However, after walking for a few hundred kilometers and following a general direction, Zhou Jie still did not notice any obvious changes in the environment. This inevitably surprised him. This blood mud forest was much larger than he had imagined. The mark of the sun on his forehead had consumed more than half of its energy and was gradually dimming. Only then did Zhou Jie find a more secluded thicket to hide and recover. Half a day later, Zhou Jie had more or less recovered and was considering his next move. Just as he was about to get up, he vaguely heard some noises. Zhou Jie was puzzled and listened carefully. However, the sound was too faint and he soon couldn't hear it anymore. It seems to be coming from that direction. However, Zhou Jie relied on his powerful perception. This was also a necessary skill for an assassin, and determined the approximate direction of the sound's source. He immediately moved in that direction. Zhou Jie was very fast this time. After a few minutes, he was about 3 kilometers away from the sound source. Furthermore, he tried his best to radiate his perception to the best of his ability, but he was still unable to detect anything ahead of him. Suddenly, Zhou Jie stopped under a tree. There was a very shallow footprint there that he had accidentally seen. Someone has been here. Judging from the footprint, it should have been here not too long ago. Zhou Jie deduced from the footprint. With his profession's ability, he could even roughly determine the time the footprint was left behind. Whoosh! Zhou Jie immediately sped up and flew directly into the forest, skimming through the tall branches. 2 people. Zhou Jie's expression changed slightly when he saw the scene on the muddy ground. He immediately flew back to the ground. Chapter 141. Although Zhou Jie had landed on the ground as soon as he saw the two, they were too close to each other. They were less than 100 meters away, so one of them caught a glimpse of his figure from the corner of his eye. The black-haired man who caught a glimpse of Zhou Jie hurriedly stood up and looked in the direction of where Zhou Jie had landed. What's wrong? The other muscular brown-haired man couldn't help but raise his head and ask. I think I saw a person, the cold man replied, pointing the silver spear in his right hand to the ground. You didn't see wrongly, did you? We're already lucky enough to run into each other. How could we run into someone else now? The brown-haired man said as he continued to dig under his feet. There was already some blood-mud essence there. It's unlikely that I saw wrongly. Although it was just a blink of an eye, it's definitely a person. There aren't any birds here, the cold man said with certainty, looking at the hole the brown-haired man had dug. So much blood-mud essence. This exotic beast actually collected so much blood-mud essence. Could it be that it eats this? The man asked, his eyes shining when he saw that he had dug out at least a kilogram of blood-mud essence just by digging out a small area. The cold man frowned and looked in the direction where Zhou Jie was hiding, saying, Stop digging. Follow me and we'll know if there's anyone there. All right, I really don't know what to do with you, the brown-haired man said. He stopped digging for the time being, picked up the large knife at the side, and followed the cold man towards Zhou Jie's location. The two deliberately made some noise as they approached Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie was originally hesitating whether to leave or not, because he was curious about the huge exotic beast that had been killed on the ground. At this moment, he realized that the noise he had heard from a few kilometers away was probably the roar of this exotic beast. It was actually so terrifying. This was definitely a very powerful exotic beast. However, just as Zhou Jie decided to wait for the two to leave before going to investigate the scene himself, he heard a series of rustling sounds passing through the dense forest. The speed of the person approaching was very fast. It was only 50 meters away a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, it was already a dozen meters closer. Not good, Zhou Jie exclaimed in his heart. However, it was unrealistic for him to avoid it now. He would definitely expose himself. At the same time, the cold man, Sammy, and the brown-haired man, Donkey, had already sensed Zhou Jie. They hurriedly sped up and dashed away. Bam! Zhou Jie had made his decision. Zhou Jie's eyes as he was about to dodge. However, before Sammy could see Zhou Jie's face clearly, he saw that Zhou Jie was running to one side crazily. Sammy immediately chased after him, followed by Donkey. Flying at a high speed in the dense forest, it was impossible for him to avoid all the obstacles. This time, Zhou Jie was rather unlucky. He ran into a tough net of vines after flying for less than 100 meters. It was impossible for him to get out for the time being. Sammy and Donkey arrived in the blink of an eye, but when they saw that Zhou Jie was caught in the net of vines, they did not attack immediately. Zhou Jie hurried to break free from the net of vines. However, since the way ahead was blocked, and Sammy and Donkey were chasing after him, he did not choose to keep running but turned around to face them. Why are you chasing me? Zhou Jie asked with his usual indifference. Sammy frowned and looked at Zhou Jie, as if he were thinking about something. Then, he relaxed his eyebrows and asked back, Why are you hiding there stealthily? You are a member of the Star Sword Alliance, aren't you? Zhou Jie gave no comment. After 2 seconds of silence, he looked at the mark of the sun on Sammy and Donkey's foreheads and suddenly said, I'm leaving if there's nothing else. I won't bother you anymore. Sammy watched Zhou Jie leave. Although he was of a mind to attack him, he decided to let Zhou Jie go because he hadn't collected the essence of the blood mud that had just been excavated yet. You're letting him go just like that? After Zhou Jie was gone, Donkey couldn't help but ask. After all, why did they chase after him just now? Sammy simply sneered and said, I estimate that he will come back. Let's go back and collect the essence of the blood mud first. Then, on the other hand, Zhou Jie stopped for a few minutes after he was thousands of meters away. Thinking of what happened in the clearing just now, he couldn't help but want to check it out. Zhou Jie couldn't completely hold back his curiosity. Eventually, he made up his mind and took a detour to approach the clearing again. Very soon, Zhou Jie came to the edge of the clearing. This time, he was extremely careful. Looking at the clearing through a gap in the woods, he saw that the enormous body of the apocalyptic beast was still where it was, and next to it was a pit. Is there the essence of the blood mud here too? Zhou Jie couldn't help but realize. After all, who would dig a pit for no reason? It was exactly the same as when Zhou Jie excavated the essence of the blood mud in the clearing where the willow tree was. Zhou Jie thought for a moment and decided to test his speculation. He immediately walked out of the woods to the clearing. It's really the essence of the blood mud. Zhou Jie walked to the side of the pit and bent down to look at the situation inside. He found that there were still some tiny particles of blood mud essence mixed with ordinary soil in some places. He could only distinguish them after digging. He couldn't help but be shocked, because according to the size of the pit, the blood mud essence here should be 20 to 30% more than what he had dug. Suddenly, hoa! Two noises echoed at the same time. Zhou Jie immediately raised his head, only to see that it was Sammy and his companion whom he had met in the clearing earlier. His face changed greatly. You've recognized it? So, you've excavated the essence of the blood mud too? Sammy and his companion landed in front of Zhou Jie on both sides. Sammy looked at Zhou Jie coldly and arrogantly as if he were looking down on him. On the other side, Dunk, who was tall and strong, was eyeing Zhou Jie covetously with his saber on his shoulder, as if he were following Sammy's lead. If it were other people, they might have simply said that they had never excavated the essence of the blood mud, but Zhou Jie was too proud to lie under such circumstances. Therefore, after 2 seconds of silence, he did not answer Sammy's question but asked back, "Are you two waiting for me here? What do you want?" Sammy's expression turned even colder. He stared at Zhou Jie and suddenly said, "We're not idiots. Hand over the essence of the blood mud and we'll let you go." Zhou Jie frowned. He had some impression of these two. They were brought here by the king of the Skysea Cosmic Nation, but he did not expect them to behave like this. However, Zhou Jie did not think that there was something wrong with their conduct. After all, in a place where the strong preyed on the weak, there was no such thing as moral integrity. What Zhou Jie did not expect was that their behavior was really stupid. "It seems that you're not a smart person either," Zhou Jie said casually. As soon as he said that, Zhou Jie quickly retreated and fled to the back. "You're asking for it." Sammy was furious and moved quickly, charging at Zhou Jie with his spear. Donkey hurriedly followed, and his speed was also very fast. Zhou Jie was 1 step ahead, so naturally, Sammy and Donkey could not catch up with him. Sammy's spear directly hit the ground and blasted a hole. He used the force to accelerate and wanted to chase in the air. However, in the blood mud forest, flying more than 10 meters high would cause great pressure, which limited his speed. Therefore, Sammy only flew below 10 meters. As soon as he entered the forest, he was also blocked by countless trees, most of which were more than 10 meters high. However, compared to the ground, there was indeed less resistance at higher altitude. Therefore, Sammy gradually caught up to Zhou Jie's head and was ready to attack at any time. However, Zhou Jie did not choose to fly at higher altitudes for a reason. On the ground, Zhou Jie had more plan. Firstly, the enemy would still be blocked if they attacked from above. Secondly, it was easier to see higher altitudes from the ground, and there were more places to borrow force. Whoosh! Sammy caught up to Zhou Jie's head and immediately thrust his spear out like a sharp arrow, piercing through Zhou Jie's upper body. Oh! At the same time, seeing that Sammy was attacking, Donkey roared and accelerated to the highest speed. He caught up to Zhou Jie with the help of a tree and slashed his saber at him. Faced with the coordinated attack of the two of them, Zhou Jie was rather shocked too, but his body reacted almost instinctively. While bending forward, he moved to the right and dodged Sammy's spear. Then, he took out his saber and blocked Donkey's attack with the same outburst of aura. However, now that the battle had begun, Zhou Jie did not intend to run away anymore. Taking advantage of the fact that Sammy was still distracted, Zhou Jie lunged at Donkey and had a head-on battle with him. After the momentary clash, Zhou Jie exchanged 2 sabers with Donkey and kicked the guy's left knee. Then, he dodged to the side and happened to avoid Sammy's attack. Chapter 142. Zhou Jie's quick counterattack greatly shocked Sammy and Dunk. It was definitely an ability that had been honed through life-and-death situations, not through imagination. Even though they had been through a lot of battles, they had always crushed their opponents with their own strength. Zhou Jie's reaction speed was far better than theirs. Sammy and Dunk were surprised, but Zhou Jie did not know that at all. He only wanted to kill them and end the battle as soon as possible. With the brilliance of the Mark of the Sun, Zhou Jie blocked Sammy's attack and charged at Dunk, slashing his saber quickly from top to bottom. Dunk had just hurt his knee. He was retreating in a hurry to deal with the attacks. However, the gap between them was too small. Without any obvious advantage in speed and strength, Zhou Jie could barely break the guy's defense. Also, Sammy had also come at him angrily and aimed at the back of Zhou Jie's head, trying to kill him. Zhou Jie had no choice. While he turned around and slashed back, he moved sideways and blocked Sammy's attack. Sammy sniffed and chased after Zhou Jie. Dunk, on the other hand, lunged at Zhou Jie the moment he moved sideways, hoping to launch a fatal attack when Zhou Jie was unprepared. However, Zhou Jie's body movements and footwork were well measured, and his center of gravity was also very stable. He opened up the distance between them as he dodged, turned, and moved. With a backhand strike, he easily repelled the 2 people's pursuit. Sammy and Dunk were even more surprised. They were of the same cultivation level, but they had failed to gain any advantage over the enemy after fighting him together. The guy's combat ability was truly horrifying. After another 10 seconds of battle, Sammy and Dunk performed all their regular moves, but they failed to hurt Zhou Jie at all. He resolved all their attacks step by step, giving them a feeling that he was unhurried all the time. As a result, they were under a lot of pressure. Seeing that he could not do anything to Zhou Jie at all, Sammy was unwilling to give up the essence of the blood mud that was supposed to be on Zhou Jie's body. He immediately sent a message to Donkey, suggesting that he would execute Zhou Jie with a battle technique at the cost of the energy of the mark. Torrential Pear Blossom Spear. Sammy burst out first, and the mark on his forehead flashed and disappeared, which was the case when the energy burst out too violently. Then, Sammy waved his spear, and the tip of the spear followed him and stabbed at Zhou Jie helically. At the same time, clusters of energy burst out along the body of the spear and bombarded Zhou Jie together with the momentum of the spear. Roar! Meteor Slash! Donkey also erupted with power. He raised his saber high above his head and slashed out again. Dazzling light surged out, condensing into a terrifying saber projection that shot toward Zhou Jie like a comet striking the moon. Seeing this, Zhou Jie could not help but change his expression. While his eyes focused, he also completely broke out. At the same time, the saber momentum that had been condensed by the heaven and earth great shift merged into one. In an instant, Zhou Jie entered the rare state of one with the saber. Boom! Zhou Jie slashed out with his saber. It was like a natural thunder and fire. It actually produced a rumbling sound. The resplendent saber light was crimson red. It was comparable to the power of Zhou Jie's one-line sky tide. Schwing! The collision came as expected, resulting in a terrifying noise. Zhou Jie moved his body and slashed aside with the remaining force of his saber, which collided with Donkey's saber aura and sent him flying backward. Zhou Jie's counterattack this time was mainly aimed at Sammy, so Sammy suffered more than 90% of the power of his saber. Zhou Jie's collision with Donkey, on the other hand, was a normal attack that was based on the remaining force. Naturally, he could not resist the power of Donkey's saber aura, which was why he was sent flying. Thankfully, Zhou Jie neutralized the force with the Heaven and Earth Great Shift, and the saber aura did not hit him directly. He was only slightly wounded. However, Sammy, on the other hand, was facing Zhou Jie's terrifying saber head-on. Since he did not know what was going to happen and could not dodge in time, he was sent flying by Zhou Jie's saber. The remaining force of the saber aura swept across his body and almost caused heavy injuries. It was only because Sammy was wearing armor that he did not suffer more serious injuries. Pooh! Go after him! We must kill him! Sammy fell to the ground, bleeding, but he held back his wounds and stood up very quickly. Seeing that Zhou Jie was sent flying, he fled as soon as he touched the ground. He hurried to ask Donkey to continue chasing him. Sammy did that because he was certain that Zhou Jie was also heavily wounded after taking Donkey's attack. After all, there were two of them, and Donkey was not injured at all. As long as they stalled Zhou Jie and fought him for a while longer, they could exhaust him to death first. However, if Sammy knew that Zhou Jie was not seriously wounded at all, and he only chose to flee because he felt that it was too troublesome to kill the two of them, Sammy would definitely be killed. Therefore, while Zhou Jie fled, Sammy and Donkey continued to chase him. Zhou Jie noticed that, although he frowned, he felt that he had touched something when he recalled the terrifying attack that he had launched with the Heaven and Earth Great Shift just now. The feeling. It's exactly the domain of the ultimate state that I've always wanted. Zhou Jie soon realized that and was overjoyed. However, because he was in a mysterious realm, the domain of the ultimate state could not be performed. Even if he grasped the ultimate state, his strength would not be improved by much. Also, he was being hunted. Zhou Jie remained calm on the surface and gradually calmed down, thinking about how to counterattack and kill the enemies behind him. Sammy and Donkey chased him very fast without caring about the cost of the energy of their marks. They approached Zhou Jie's back several seconds later. Zhou Jie immediately made up his mind. He turned around and faced the enemies. While he slashed his saber, the golden lotus sword was also stabbed at Donkey in the form of a giant sword. Sammy's spear was stabbed out, only to be blocked by Zhou Jie's saber. Zhou Jie then pushed the spear away and kicked him at close range. However, Sammy reacted quickly too. He hurried to dodge the attack and turned his spear to hit Zhou Jie's head. Zhou Jie met the attack with his saber according to the momentum of universal shifting and blocked the spear easily again. At this moment, Donkey slashed at him from the left, and Zhou Jie slashed his saber and knocked him back. Shocked, Sammy unleashed his martial arts, determined to kill Zhou Jie. His spear came at Zhou Jie incessantly. Zhou Jie was overjoyed to see that, because it was exactly what he wanted. He could take the opportunity to perform universal shifting perfectly and resist the enemy's continuous attacks with the minimum consumption. The universal shifting was most vulnerable to breaking the skill with brute force. Faced with the incessant attacks, the more he fought, the stronger it would be. Donkey slashed away the golden lotus sword again, and slashed Zhou Jie from the side. However, Zhou Jie slightly leaned to one side and blocked both his and Sammy's attacks at the same time. Donkey was dumbfounded. Sammy and Donkey were even more unconvinced. They joined hands and launched rapid attacks at Zhou Jie, trying to make it difficult for Zhou Jie to resist. However, the final result greatly surprised the two of them. After half a minute, not only was Zhou Jie not at all on the losing side, he was even more at ease. Even when Sammy launched Stormy Pear Spear, Zhou Jie resolved it after taking only 3 steps back. Ah! Donkey was enraged. Finally, he unleashed his most powerful saber slash. A terrifying saber light flashed and instantly slashed toward Zhou Jie's neck. If it was half a minute ago, Zhou Jie's expression might have changed slightly, but not now. Indifferently, Zhou Jie's smooth defensive saber technique suddenly changed. He slashed his saber forward in a semicircle while he lunged at Sammy. Boom! Zhou Jie's outburst had been prepared for a long time without any sign. Also, it was terrifyingly fast. It broke Sammy's spear attack in the blink of an eye and cut straight in. The terrifying aura of the saber appeared and slashed Sammy's chest to his shoulder bone like lightning, heavily wounding him and making him fly backward. Ping! The semicircle of the saber collided with Donkey's attack from right to left. Donkey's saber aura was shattered, and both Zhou Jie and Donkey were blown back at the same time. Schwa. However, as a professional assassin, Zhou Jie had to consider everything when he was about to kill a person. Even though he was blown back, he still tried his best to retreat to Sammy's direction with the help of subtle movements. Tapping the ground softly, Zhou Jie soared to the sky and quickly fell towards Sammy, who was about to rise. Sammy tried his best to dodge, but he failed to anticipate Zhou Jie's attack angle. His head was slashed by Coddy's blade, and he was killed on the spot. Seeing that, Donkey couldn't help but roar in fury. It was obvious that the two of them were very close. "I'm going to kill you!" Donkey was so infuriated that he did not seem to realize the gap between him and Zhou Jie. He unleashed all the power of his mark, trying to kill Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie stood where he was and stared at him coldly. It was not until the guy was right in front of him that his eyes suddenly glittered. He slashed his saber quickly and moved sideways. Poochie! Blood splashed out. Zhou Jie charged forward and crashed into Donkey, but he managed to dodge the guy's furious attack. Bam! Then, Donkey fell to the ground. A bleeding wound on his neck near his chin indicated his death. Chapter 143. After successfully killing Donkey and Sammy, Zhou Jie stood where he was for a few seconds, and the mark on his forehead dimmed. Is the triple combination mark so difficult? Zhou Jie couldn't sense any change in the mark on his forehead, and couldn't help but wonder. According to the information, killing the powerful creatures and other participants in the mysterious realm could accumulate the necessary points for the mark to be upgraded. However, before the upgrade, the mark wouldn't change at all. Only when the requirements were met would the mark be automatically upgraded, and the strength of the owner of the mark would be greatly improved. Zhou Jie had killed a lot of creatures in the mysterious realm and 2 owners of the Sun Mark, but he still hadn't met the requirements for the mark to be upgraded. He was somewhat helpless. Then, Zhou Jie searched Sammy and Sammy's belongings and found more than 10 kilograms of blood mud essence in their space bracelet. P.S. As mentioned earlier, there are 2 kinds of space storage devices. One is made with technology and the other is made with laws. Generally, space storage devices made with technology don't have the concept of owner recognition and can be used by anyone. Only a few high-end, custom-made space storage devices can be used. Most of the law space storage devices, on the other hand, require blood to recognize the owner. As long as the original owner doesn't die, other people can't access the items in the space storage device through normal means. So far, only Zhou Jie's space ring is a law space storage device. Other than that, even most Lord-level experts use technological space storage devices. That's more than 200,000 cultivation points. That's unbelievable. After obtaining more than 20 kilograms of blood mud essence, Zhou Jie felt like he was dreaming. He had obtained something so valuable in less than 2 days. Considering Zhou Jie's current perspective, it was naturally an unimaginable surprise. However, the opportunities in the sky-ocean mysterious realm were terrifying in the first place. Even Lord-level experts would go crazy for them. However, they couldn't enter and could only rely on their Star Lords. Although they had already lowered the price of the blood mud essence, for Star Lords, even the hair of a Lord-level expert was a treasure. Naturally, the price of the blood mud essence was a pleasant surprise for Star Lords. Next, I should hurry up and upgrade my imprint. Once I reach the triple merge imprint, I will be able to deal with more situations. Making up his mind, Zhou Jie looked at the bodies of Sammy and Roland and suddenly had mixed feelings. The two of them would have been the favorites of the major forces if they were in the outside world. Zhou Jie found it hard to believe that they had been killed by him just like that. Even Luo Feng might be killed here. But no matter what, he's still a 9-star lord. He must have something special about him. The thought flashed through Zhou Jie's mind as he leaped and disappeared into the forest. Zhou Jie moved forward in one direction for a day or so. He encountered some apocalyptic beasts or powerful plant creatures on his way, but none of them were as good as the willow tree or the apocalyptic beasts killed by Sammy and his companions. Also, Zhou Jie did not find the essence of the blood mud either. However, at a certain moment, Zhou Jie suddenly realized that there were fewer trees around. Zhou Jie was not surprised at all. Instead, he was quite delighted. In that case, the swamp area should be up ahead. According to the information, that place might be the core area of the blood soil jungle. There are many exotic beasts there, and there are also many powerful plant life forms in the surroundings. The essence of the blood mud mainly comes from there. Zhou Jie thought in his heart and immediately sped forward. After more than half an hour, Zhou Jie saw some small swamps in the distance. There were also some strange plant life in the swamps. Some were in the form of flowers, some were in the form of vines, and very few were in the form of dead trees. Zhou Jie did not know how they could grow there. Zhou Jie did not pay much attention to the small swamps. So, after observing the terrain for a moment, he changed his direction and moved forward at a slower speed. It was because the swamps were also the most dangerous places. For someone as prudent as Zhou Jie, he naturally took everything into consideration. When Zhou Jie passed the periphery of the swamp area, he was attacked by a few swamp creatures as he expected. Some of them were enormous crocodile-like creatures, fish with sharp teeth whose eyes were as huge as lanterns, and some vines. However, it was inconvenient to fight in the swamp, and it was easy for him to be besieged. Therefore, Zhou Jie's purpose was to get away from the battle and move deeper into the swamp. After more than an hour, Zhou Jie got away from the small swamp area behind him and came to a sparse forest. The forest was not big, only tens of thousands of square meters. Through the gaps in the forest, Zhou Jie could see the target area, a swamp area that stretched as far as the eye could see. Zhou Jie was about to pass through the forest and enter the swamp area, but halfway through the forest, he suddenly stopped and looked at a tree not far away. Veronica, wearing a dark blue armor, was lying under the tree with his spear beside him. At this moment, he was looking at Zhou Jie with calm eyes. "Veronica, why is he here?" Zhou Jie could not help but think. Then, he walked toward Veronica, who was dozens of meters away. Seeing Zhou Jie coming over, Veronica picked up the spear beside him and stood up. "Are you hurt?" At this time, Zhou Jie walked closer and observed Veronica's movement. He suddenly frowned and asked. Veronica was stunned when he heard the question, but he immediately nodded. However, he did not expect Zhou Jie to have such eyesight. He could not help but admire him even more. "Before coming to the elite training base, what did you do?" Veronica suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Zhou Jie was silent for a moment. He looked at Veronica's eyes. After a second, he spat out two words, "Assassin." Veronica's breathing stagnated for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. Then, he slowly nodded. "No wonder. But you improved so quickly. It seems that you also had a great opportunity?" "Yes, how did you get hurt?" Zhou Jie calmly replied and then asked. Both of them had indifferent looks on their faces. "I found a black-scaled serpent nearby. It's very powerful, and there's a lot of blood mud essence in its nest. I fought with it yesterday, but I couldn't do anything to it, so I retreated. I happened to run into a person from the Bounty Hunter Alliance and was injured by him. After that, I took a detour and came here to shake him off," Veronica calmly replied. Zhou Jie frowned slightly. He recalled that the black-scaled serpent was one of the most terrifying exotic beasts recorded in the information. Then, he asked, "Is that person still nearby?" Veronica replied, "He also found that black-scaled serpent. He definitely won't give up. He must be planning something." "Where is that black-scaled serpent? What's the approximate distance?" Zhou Jie asked again. Veronica could not help but feel doubtful, but he still answered Zhou Jie's questions one by one. Zhou Jie looked at Veronica and asked in the end, "All right. Wait for me here for a while and recuperate. When the time comes, we'll go deal with that black-scaled serpent and split the blood mud essence equally. How about that?" Veronica was a little surprised by this, but he reacted and agreed, "Sure. What are you going to do? Scout out the situation? Or deal with that person?" "Both," Zhou Jie said, and immediately went in the direction Veronica pointed out. Along the shore of the swamp area, there were small patches of forest, similar to where Veronica was hiding. In a forest about a dozen kilometers away from Veronica, a yellow-haired young man was crafting a large number of traps, which had already covered the entire forest. Zhou Jie immediately noticed a few traps after entering this forest. This made him slightly surprised, and he carefully surveyed the surrounding forest. Most of them are binding traps, and they're not well hidden. The chain of traps is huge, and they don't seem like they're meant for dealing with humans. They should be for dealing with large exotic beasts, Zhou Jie guessed, and carefully made his way into the depths of the forest. The yellow-haired young man quickly sensed Zhou Jie's arrival. He was shocked and hurriedly hid in the shadows, retracting his aura. Zhou Jie naturally sensed the yellow-haired young man as well. However, after he hid, there was no sign of his aura or movement. In addition, the forest was dark and covered by plants. Zhou Jie could only tell that he was within an area of a few square meters. Zhou Jie was unmoved by this and approached him just like that. As expected, when Zhou Jie was less than 10 meters away from the yellow-haired young man, the yellow-haired young man suddenly launched an attack. Zhou Jie struck at lightning speed. Bang! Poochie! With a miserable cry, the yellow-haired young man died just like that. This time, even Zhou Jie was a little speechless. The other party had charged too fiercely, and his reaction just so happened to counter the other party's attack. With his proficient killing techniques, he touched the other party's neck in one move. Although he was speechless, Zhou Jie was naturally happy to get rid of his opponent so easily, especially when the imprint on his forehead changed. The originally golden circular imprint started changing, quickly turning into a triangular shape. At the same time, it automatically released a large amount of energy for Zhou Jie. Triad imprint. Chapter 144. Afterwards, Zhou Jie carefully surveyed the entire forest for trap. After he had a rough understanding of their principles and effects, he went to the area where the yellow-haired man had died, and quickly finished the finishing work for him. With the traps in the entire forest completed, Zhou Jie left the forest and went in search of the powerful exotic beast that Veronica had mentioned. 10 minutes later, Zhou Jie saw a huge pit in the swamp in the distance. Its diameter was estimated to be about 200 meters. Zhou Jie thought for a moment, and determined that it was the place where the exotic beast was entrenched. He immediately stepped into the swamp and carefully approached the pit. After a while, Zhou Jie stepped on the surface of the swamp and arrived at the side of the pit. He also saw the huge creature curled up in the pit, a python covered in black scales. Its body was 70 to 80 meters long, and its body was as thick as a vat. It was currently coiled up in a circle, resting. Every time it breathed, there was a loud noise, and it could be clearly heard. Moreover, within the circle formed by the python, there was a patch of soil that was bright red in color. Zhou Jie could tell at a glance that there was a large amount of blood and mud essence buried underneath. It was probably even more than what he had obtained. However, dealing with such a huge black-scaled python is indeed a little difficult. Zhou Jie thought to himself with a frown. He immediately retreated quietly, planning to go back and discuss it with Veronica before making a plan. When Zhou Jie returned to the forest where Veronica was, it had been nearly 2 hours since he had met Veronica. Therefore, when Veronica saw Zhou Jie, she immediately asked, "Why were you gone for so long? Have you dealt with that person?" Zhou Jie first nodded and then answered the first question. "I found that person in a jungle. My luck was very good and I easily killed him. In addition, I also found that he had set up a good large-scale trap in the jungle. Originally, he intended to use it to deal with the black scale serpent, but now it can be used by us. When you and I join hands, the chances of killing it will be greater." Zhou Jie said this because the black scale serpent's speed would decrease after it left the swamp, and it would be easier to deal with in the terrain. Otherwise, according to the information, the black scale serpent would need at least 3 to 5 people to take it down. "Okay." Veronica nodded. She was obviously very satisfied with this situation. But in the next second, Veronica's eyes suddenly stopped on the mark on Zhou Jie's forehead. It was dark in the forest, so Veronica didn't notice it at first. Now that he noticed it, he couldn't help but be surprised. "This is the triple amalgamation mark. Did you just break through?" Veronica saw Zhou Jie's triple amalgamation mark, and seemed to be somewhat excited. Zhou Jie saw this and was slightly surprised. Then he remembered that his mark had been promoted, so he nodded and said, "Well, after I killed that person, it automatically promoted. How many people have you killed?" Veronica suddenly asked. Zhou Jie hesitated for a moment, but still replied, 3. Veronica was silent. He seemed to realize that his question was a bit overboard, so he didn't ask which 3 was which, referring to the other 2 marks, because Veronica knew that the yellow-haired youth had a star mark. "Well, let's discuss how to deal with the black scale serpent, and then we'll set out." Zhou Jie saw that Veronica didn't speak, so he cut to the chase. Veronica nodded and agreed. Then the 2 of them began to draw up a plan to kill the black scale serpent. Veronica and the black scale serpent had a fierce battle, so he knew the situation. Therefore, most of the time, it was Veronica who explained and expressed his own opinions. After Zhou Jie listened carefully, he made a decision in his heart. He quickly said his own ideas, and got Veronica's approval. Then the 2 of them immediately took action. After more than half an hour, Zhou Jie took Veronica to understand the situation of the traps in the forest. Then, Veronica went to the black scale serpent's habitat alone. Veronica was familiar with the way to the side of the pit. After looking at the surrounding environment, he shot out his long spear, and a large amount of mud was thrown into the pit. The pit was 15 meters deep, and this large amount of mud naturally fell on the black scale serpent's head. The sound of Veronica's attack had already awakened the black-scaled serpent. The black-scaled serpent immediately raised its head, but it happened to have mud stuck to its face, and even its eyes were covered. The black-scaled serpent couldn't help but be angry. It shook its head to get rid of the mud on its face. Then, it saw Veronica outside the pit looking at it provocatively. It couldn't bear it anymore, and immediately opened its mouth to spit out a terrifying air stream, which contained poisonous marsh gas. Veronica had already known that the black scale serpent would use this trick, so he turned around and ran away the moment it opened its mouth. The black scale serpent was unable to restrain its anger. This was the second time that Veronica had challenged it. How could it spare a little guy who wasn't its opponent? Therefore, the black scale serpent hissed, turned around, and bit into the center of its body, and swallowed all the mud that contained the essence of the blood mud into its mouth. Then, it shook its long body, and shot out of the pit like a sharp arrow, chasing in the direction of Veronica's escape at an extremely fast speed. The distance between the pit and the bank of the swamp was less than 200 meters. Veronica flew, and landed on the bank in less than a breath. Then, he stopped, and waited for the black scale serpent to catch up with him. Then, he would lure it into the distant jungle. The black scale serpent's speed was also very fast. It was like a fish in water in the swamp, and unexpectedly reached the bank in a flash. Then, it rushed toward Veronica with a fierce roar, and wanted to tear him into pieces. Veronica didn't dodge. Instead, he raised his spear and collided with the black scale serpent. Seeing Veronica's spear coming, the black scale serpent changed its forward momentum. It twisted its body and swung its scaled tail. The scaled tail collided with Veronica's spear at an inconceivable speed, and splashed out sparks. Veronica was immediately shaken back. Obviously, he was no match for the black scale serpent. However, this wasn't the first time that Veronica had fought with the black scale serpent. Naturally, he was confident in this. While he was retreating, he stepped on the ground and flipped over. Then, he rotated his spear, and suddenly rushed toward the black scale serpent's head. The black scale serpent also didn't dodge. It twisted its huge body and rushed forward. The spear pierced its scales, and only a small wound appeared. Before Veronica could exert his strength again, the scaled tail had already swung. Veronica hurriedly withdrew his spear to defend, but he was no match for the strength of the scaled tail. He was swept to the ground like a cannonball and left a shallow pit. Roar! The black scale serpent roared and rushed forward again. Veronica endured the surging blood in his body, and frantically retreated in the direction of the distant jungle. This time, the black scale serpent had made up its mind to eat Veronica. Naturally, it quickly chased after him. It swung its scaled tail several times, and hit Veronica in a panic. Veronica not only had to escape the repeated attacks of the black scale serpent, but he also had to pretend that he was in a difficult situation. It seemed that the black scale serpent would catch up with him at any time. Veronica was calm enough at this time, and he could do it just right. He made the black scale serpent feel excited that it was about to catch up with him. Finally, Veronica pretended that he couldn't dodge. His spear collided with the scaled tail, and his whole body flew forward. The black scale serpent saw this and angrily rushed forward. It wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to swallow Veronica. However, Veronica exploded at this time. His whole body flew forward, and disappeared into the jungle in front of him. The black scale serpent pounced on empty air. It reacted very quickly and chased after him. It also rushed into the jungle. It had already reached this point. Even if the jungle was not suitable for it to fight, it still wanted to eat Veronica. However, when half of the black scale serpent's body rushed into the jungle, the traps in the jungle were triggered. When the black scale serpent's whole body almost entered the jungle, the traps were triggered. Suddenly, countless ropes hidden in the jungle were spread out and wrapped around the black scale serpent's body. At the same time, there were also sharp needles as thick as a finger that were shot at the surface of the black scale serpent's body. Most of the needles were blocked by its scales, but there were still a few that slanted between the gaps of the scales and pierced through the relatively thin edges of the scales. Roar! The black scale serpent suddenly roared in pain. At the same time, the roar shook the sky. At the same time, the rolling thunder waves swept through the jungle, and several trees were broken. The black scale serpent was bound. Naturally, it struggled with all its strength. However, although its strength was great, there were too many ropes that bound it. It was tied directly to dozens of trees, and also wrapped around nearly 100 trees. As a result, even if the black scale serpent's strength could easily pull down a 30-meter-tall reinforced concrete building, it still couldn't get rid of the bindings of these ropes in a short time. Chapter 145. However, the black-scaled serpent still couldn't stop struggling. Under its terrifying strength, more than a dozen trees near it were crooked, and several of them even had their roots uprooted. Veronica had already flown to Zhou Jie's hiding place at this moment. The two of them met and looked at each other. Zhou Jie said, "You've worked hard." He flashed out and rushed towards the black-scaled serpent with his blade. The black-scaled serpent was struggling when it suddenly caught a glimpse of a black shadow shooting towards it from the side. It immediately opened its mouth and roared. An extremely terrifying wind storm erupted from its mouth and wrapped in a thick dark green poisonous miasma. Along with the airflow in its mouth, it burst out like a bomb. Zhou Jie didn't give way to this. The triple merge mark on his forehead burst out with a bright energy light, protecting his head from the poisonous miasma. The rest of his body was covered by the netherworld armor. At the same time, energy was poured into the Kadi's blade. It slashed apart the airflow and was about to chop the black-scaled serpent's mouth. Under normal circumstances, the black-scaled serpent would have certainly sent Zhou Jie flying with its tail. However, its body was now bound, and its scaled tail couldn't reach the front of its body, causing its strength to be greatly reduced. The black-scaled serpent had no choice but to quickly shut its mouth when it saw Zhou Jie chopping towards it. At the same time, it turned its head to avoid the vital parts of its head. Pung! Zhou Jie's blade chopped the black-scaled serpent's body. He thought that he could cut a lot, but he didn't expect that the black-scaled serpent would suddenly shrink its body. Under the circulation of energy on the surface of its body, its defense would simply increase by several times. Zhou Jie's powerful blade only left a faint mark in the end. Then, the black-scaled serpent swung its front body and swept towards Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie quickly dodged and stepped on the serpent's head to quickly fly out. This defense, its strength is also greater than I imagined. Zhou Jie felt the soles of his feet go numb. Thinking that his previous chop didn't even cause any substantial damage, his heart couldn't help but tighten as this thought flashed through his mind. Fortunately, Zhou Jie had already considered the fact that the black-scaled serpent's thick skin couldn't be cut through, so he planned to deal with the black-scaled serpent in the same way he dealt with the Titan giant ape. Zhou Jie turned back, but the black-scaled serpent couldn't chase after him because it was bound. It could only roar angrily and madly struggle with its huge body. Several trees that were closer to it were uprooted in an instant, and as it continued to struggle, the trees in the distance gradually broke off their roots and exposed the surface of the soil. Seeing that Zhou Jie alone couldn't pose too much of a threat to the black-scaled serpent, Veronica also turned back and fought side by side with Zhou Jie. "Let's go together and act according to the plan. If there's a chance, I'll launch a fatal blow." Zhou Jie immediately shouted and then rushed out again. At the same time, Veronica also flew up, her long spear piercing towards the black-scaled snake's head, eyes, nose and other weak point. The black-scaled serpent saw that Zhou Jie and Yi Shiwen had joined hands to kill them, but not only was it not afraid, but it was also burning with anger at this moment, so that it could have a chance to eat the two of them. Zhou Jie had the triple seal, so his explosive attack was stronger than Veronica's. His blade turned into a rainbow and chopped towards the black-scaled serpent's head. Veronica's spear was long, but her attack was easy to penetrate, and her attack speed was also very fast. She specifically targeted the black-scaled serpent's eyes and nose, so the black-scaled serpent couldn't dodge, and its bound body couldn't break free. Of course, the black-scaled serpent also waved its head and neck several times to attack or sweep towards Zhou Jie and Yi Shiwen, but because the two of them were prepared and its body was inconvenient to move, its attack didn't have much effect. On the contrary, the scales on its face were broken by the continuous attacks of the two people, and its nose was dripping with blood. This made the black-scaled serpent extremely angry, and it finally opened its mouth and spat out a terrifying energy and poisonous miasma again. Zhou Jie and Yi Shiwen immediately retreated. After a few seconds, the poisonous miasma was blown away, and Zhou Jie and Yi Shiwen once again went forward to attack. The black-scaled serpent struggled with all its might, but it could only be injured continuously. But dozens of seconds passed, and as the black-scaled serpent struggled, the power that bound it continued to weaken. More than 30 trees had been uprooted by its power, and the black-scaled serpent's attack range was gradually increasing. Moreover, it was still trying to break free from its scaled tail, and more than half of its body had already broken free from the bindings. Increase the attack! Zhou Jie shouted, and the great universal shift exploded with an attack that had been accumulating power for a long time. It turned into a brilliant blade and chopped at the side of the black-scaled serpent's face like lightning, immediately causing some scales and blood to splatter everywhere. The black-scaled serpent roared in pain, but Veronica took advantage of the situation, and her spear turned into a ray of light, directly stabbing the wound that had just appeared on the black-scaled serpent's body. The black-scaled serpent had no choice but to open its mouth again and spit out a strong energy, which was wrapped in a small amount of poisonous miasma at the same time. Veronica's vision was blocked, and she could not follow up with her perception, so she could not attack accurately. She immediately used the power of the exploding spear to block the energy, and at the same time borrowed the force to retreat. However, this time, the black-scaled serpent seemed to have gone mad, and it continued to spit out a strong energy. The violent airflow chased after Veronica, and Veronica had no choice but to hurriedly block with her spear, and her whole body was thrown far away. At this time, Zhou Jie rushed to the black-scaled serpent's position at high speed, and chopped with his blade. The black-scaled serpent, which was still spitting out energy, suddenly seemed to be strangled by its throat, and it let out a painful throat-breaking sound, and its huge body seemed to be convulsing and trembling a few times. Now is the time. Zhou Jie saw the black-scaled serpent open its mouth and breathe out, so he immediately urged the golden lotus sword, and directly plunged it into its bloody mouth. Roar! The black-scaled serpent suddenly burst into a roar, and its whole body twisted greatly, causing dozens of trees in the distance to be on the verge of collapse, and many of them broke free from their roots. At this time, Zhou Jie also quickly retreated, and did not want to tangle with the crazy black-scaled serpent. Zhou Jie flew to Veronica's side, and Veronica could not help but look at him and ask, "Done? It should be done." My flying sword pierced its brain, and with the corrosive and poisonous zerg venom, it is unlikely that it will survive, and even if it survives, it will not have much strength to resist. Zhou Jie nodded slightly and answered like this. Veronica then also nodded, and no longer said anything, and quietly stood together with Zhou Jie, looking at the black-scaled serpent that was still vigorously struggling 100 meters away, and waiting for it to calm down. A few minutes later, the huge black-scaled serpent gradually stopped struggling. It finally wanted to return to the swamp, but it still couldn't break free from the rope. In the end, its head fell to the ground, and it was on the verge of death. Zhou Jie and the other went forward, and after confirming, Veronica said, "It swallowed the essence of the blood mud into its stomach, but it can't digest the mud, and the essence of the blood mud is wrapped in the mud, so it should be intact." Zhou Jie heard this and nodded, indicating that he understood, and then he glanced at the huge body of the black-scaled serpent. To take out the essence of the blood mud in its stomach, it was obviously not a small project. Then Zhou Jie and the other person worked together, and spent more than 10 minutes to cut open the belly of the black-scaled serpent, and found a lump of mud half the size of a person, wrapped in a disgusting dark green mucus. How do we divide this? Zhou Jie looked at the mud lump, and it was obviously extremely difficult to take out the essence of the blood mud and divide it equally. Veronica heard this and did not answer, but raised his hand and divided the mud lump almost equally into 2 halves, and then said, "You choose half, and how much of the essence of the blood mud is in it depends on each person's luck. How about it? Okay. Zhou Jie replied indifferently. In fact, he did not mind sharing less than 10 or 20% of the essence of the blood mud. After all, he already had a lot. After dividing the essence of the blood mud, Zhou Jie looked at Veronica and asked him about his next plan. Veronica thought for a while, but said to Zhou Jie, "Let's part here. It's not good for two people to improve their strength together. I still have to improve the level of the mark." Zhou Jie was not surprised by this and immediately nodded. "Okay, see you later." "See you later." Veronica took a deep look at Zhou Jie, and then with a leap, disappeared into the forest in the distance. Gradually going away after watching Veronica leave, Zhou Jie cleaned up the scene a little, destroyed some traces, and then chose a different direction from Veronica and left. In the next few days, Zhou Jie moved in the swamp area, and naturally, he was more cautious because he could clearly feel the increase of the creatures in the secret realm. Almost every half a day, he would encounter a powerful life form comparable to a willow, and Zhou Jie killed all that he could, but unfortunately, he did not find the essence of the blood mud. He knew that it might be hidden somewhere in the swamp, but the swamp was so big that he could not find it, and it mainly depended on luck. Chapter 146. Zhou Jie had been in the swamp for more than 10 days. During this period, he had fought no less than 100 battles with the creatures in the swamp. Even someone as tenacious as him was somewhat exhausted. When Zhou Jie was about to leave the swamp and saw a forest in the distance, he could not help but heave a sigh of relief. He sped up and left the swamp. Stepping on the shore, Zhou Jie turned back to look at the swamp and could not help but shake his head. He remembered that the swamp contained the most blood mud essence. He did not know how to evaluate it. In the past half a month, other than the blood mud essence he had obtained from the black scale serpent, he had fought so many battles in the swamp and only found a few kilograms of blood mud essence. Moreover, there was almost no time to rest in the swamp, causing it to be extremely tiring to search for blood mud essence. Compared to the blood mud essence that Zhou Jie had obtained in the first few days in the forest, searching for blood mud essence in the swamp was not worth the loss. Therefore, Zhou Jie had already made up his mind. Next, he would find a place to recover for a while. After that, he would only explore the forest or the edge of the swamp. As for whether he could find blood mud essence, it would depend on luck. In any case, the amount of blood mud essence that Zhou Jie had found was already enough to satisfy him. Just like this, Zhou Jie spent the remaining 2 months in the blood soil jungle. During this time, he met 2 people. One of them fled as soon as they saw him, and the other one also fled after a few exchanges. Zhou Jie didn't chase after them. At that time, he already had the 4 spirits mark, so he simply didn't care about the person with the triple unity mark and the sun mark. On this day, Zhou Jie was walking in the jungle as usual, trying his luck to find the essence of the blood mud. Suddenly, he sensed that the light red clouds in the sky began to become redder and redder, which inevitably made him feel happy. This was a sign that he had spent enough time in the blood soil jungle and was about to be transmitted to the next realm. I wonder how will I be transported? Zhou Jie thought. He simply stood in place and observed the changes in the surrounding environment. The dark red clouds in the sky became thicker and gradually sank. The forest also began to be filled with a dense fog. In less than 10 minutes, Zhou Jie could no longer see anything more than 2 meters away. Just as Zhou Jie was wondering what would happen next, he suddenly felt himself in a trance. When he opened his eyes, Zhou Jie didn't know when he closed his eyes. He found himself in a spacious purple land. Amethyst mine? Zhou Jie couldn't help but be shocked. He carefully observed his surroundings. Beneath his feet was a light purple crystal-like floor that could reflect the silhouette of his body. However, it was not smooth and flat. Instead, it was like a pile of rocks. Furthermore, it was not transparent. The so-called light purple color was only what Zhou Jie felt. It was reflected in the shallow layer. Further down, it was dark purple, and he could not see anything. Looking into the distance, there were many amethyst-colored mountain peaks 1,000 meters away. Each of them was at least 2,000 to 3,000 meters tall. The horizontal width and vertical length were also several thousand meters. Some seemed to be connected together, and could not be counted individually. Overall, Zhou Jie was currently on a flat land that was emitting a light purple light. The land within 1,000 meters was a flat land. Overall, the flat land was surrounded by more than 10 amethyst-colored mountain peaks. It was just that the nearest one was 1,000 meters away from Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie was also a little stunned by such a dreamlike place. He stood there admiring it for a while before realizing that he should move next. Energy amethyst. One can be exchanged for 500,000 cultivation points or items of equivalent value. I really don't know what kind of item it is. Zhou Jie thought of his mission objective in the amethyst mine and felt a little excited. He immediately chose a mountain peak and rushed there. After a while, Zhou Jie came to the foot of a mountain peak. He first inspected the texture of the mountain peak itself. After discovering that it was just some ordinary light purple crystals, he lost interest and directly climbed up. Just like the blood soil jungle, there would be tremendous pressure when flying more than 10 meters above the ground. Moreover, flying consumed more unnecessary energy. After climbing for a while, Zhou Jie suddenly looked around. He couldn't help but think in surprise, everything here can be seen at a glance. There doesn't seem to be any danger. Then where is the lakeside where the energy amethyst is located? It was useless to think too much. Zhou Jie quickly shook his head and increased his climbing speed. In a few minutes, he arrived at the top of the mountain. Standing at the top of the mountain, Zhou Jie saw the scene behind the mountain. He was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. About 10,000 meters in front of Zhou Jie, there was an endless chain of mountains, all of them emitting a lustrous purple-gold light. The most shocking thing was that each mountain was extremely huge and towering, like a natural moat. Even from 10,000 meters away, Zhou Jie felt that those mountains were incomparably huge and unimaginable. In any case, Zhou Jie estimated that those mountains were all around 10,000 meters in height. He just didn't know if it was 20,000 meters, 30,000 meters, or even higher. Then, Zhou Jie looked at the mountains behind him and on both sides. They were all 2,000 to 3,000 meters tall. Compared to the huge mountains that were tens of thousands of meters tall, they were like a few small hills, inconspicuous. The energy amethyst should be in those mountains, right? It's just that I don't know how long it will take to find such a huge mountain. Zhou Jie thought for a moment and decided to set off for that huge mountain as soon as possible. After all, there were only 3 months. He had to strive to obtain an energy amethyst no matter what. Thus, Zhou Jie slid down the mountain and soon arrived at the foot of the mountain. He ran all the way to the next mountain. Zhou Jie ran for a few hours in a row before he crossed over 5 mountains and entered a plain. In the center of the plain, there were a few huge mountain ranges that were connected by a few incomparably huge mountains. Because he had just consumed a lot of energy, Zhou Jie reduced his speed and approached the mountain range in the distance. However, the total distance was only 10,000 meters. Zhou Jie estimated that it would take less than 10 minutes to reach the foot of the mountain range. However, when Zhou Jie was flying at a low altitude, he saw a translucent pinkish-purple thing moving in the distance. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. Then, he flew in the direction of that thing. When Zhou Jie was less than 100 meters away from that thing, Zhou Jie clearly saw that it seemed to be a ball-like creature. It had a transparent face, including its nose, eyes, and mouth. It was actually very cute as it hopped around. This is the purple gold spirit? Zhou Jie was surprised. He recalled the records of the exotic beasts in the purple crystal mine. The only one that had a similar description was the purple gold spirit. After the thought flashed through his mind, Zhou Jie sped up and approached. His flying sword stabbed out and landed directly on the purple gold spirit. However, what left Zhou Jie dumbfounded was that when the flying sword stabbed into the purple gold spirit's smooth surface, it actually slipped off. Yes, it was like poking a piece of jelly with chopsticks. If the angle was slightly off, the chopsticks would simply slide off the surface. There was no way they could stab into the jelly at all. The purple gold spirit, however, was frightened by this. It let out a sharp cry and bounced off into the distance at an extremely high speed. Zhou Jie had no choice but to speed up and catch up again. At the same time, he stabbed out with his flying sword. This time, Zhou Jie was more careful. He stabbed down vertically and finally pierced into the purple gold spirit. The purple gold spirit immediately shattered, turning into a mass of pure, substantial energy that emitted light. Guided by Zhou Jie's energy, it sank into the mark of the 4 spirits on his forehead. It can directly replenish energy and even improve the level of the mark. Good stuff. The moment the energy entered the mark, Zhou Jie felt that the mark's energy was quickly restored to almost 100%. He couldn't help but exclaim in delight. At this point, Zhou Jie was no longer in a hurry to enter the huge mountain range to search for purple crystals. Instead, he planned to search for the purple gold spirit on the plains. If he could use this to upgrade his mark to the mark of the 5 spirits, it would definitely be twice the result with half the effort for his following actions. Just like that, Zhou Jie searched for the purple gold spirit on the plains. Not long after, he saw another one. He immediately flew over excitedly, controlling his flying sword to assassinate it. But it was also at this moment that Zhou Jie caught a glimpse of a white dot flying out of the huge mountain range in the distance from the corner of his eye. Zhou Jie couldn't help but turn his head to look in that direction. When Zhou Jie saw clearly what that white dot was, the expression on his face immediately turned into one of shock. An immortal dragon. Chapter 147. In his surprise, Zhou Jie hurriedly killed the spirit of purple crystal, then turned and flew to the side. The undying divine dragon had been flying in his direction just now, so Zhou Jie chose to run to the side. At the very least, he could verify whether the undying divine dragon was flying toward him or not. Facing the undying divine dragon, Zhou Jie did not have the slightest intention of hunting it. This was because, according to the description of the information, the undying divine dragon was one of the most powerful creatures in the purple crystal mine. Of course, there were other powerful creatures that could be on par with it, but the problem was that the undying divine dragon was called the undying divine dragon. The word undying was not given casually, but was named according to the characteristics of this powerful creature. Among the people who had entered the secret realm in the past, there were extremely terrifying monsters who had joined forces with others to hunt down an undying divine dragon. However, after the undying divine dragon's head was chopped off, its body suddenly burst with a terrifying brilliance of energy. Immediately after, its head that had fallen to the ground disappeared, and it grew back to its broken neck. Moreover, the undying divine dragon, which had been on the verge of death, actually recovered to its peak and was once again insufferably arrogant. Those few people who had hunted the undying divine dragon had expended a great deal of effort before they were lucky enough to chop off the undying divine dragon's head. Seeing the undying divine dragon come back to life just like that, all of them were dumbfounded and fled in fright. From then on, no one dared to have any ideas about the undying divine dragon. As Zhou Jie flew to the side, he kept an eye on the undying divine dragon's movements. At this moment, the undying divine dragon was still thousands of meters away from him. Suddenly, it began to descend from a height of hundreds of meters, its wingspan extended to the limit, which was a full 100 meters. Its two strong dragon claws stretched forward, and after sweeping across the ground, it flapped its wings and flew back to the top of the huge mountain range. Seeing this, Zhou Jie immediately stopped running. He had just seen clearly what the undying divine dragon was holding from the ground. It was a spirit of purple crystal. This made Zhou Jie immediately understand that the undying divine dragon was here to capture the spirit of purple crystal, and it was very likely that the undying divine dragon was using it as food. The undying divine dragon flapped its wings and turned into a black dot in a few breaths' time. Zhou Jie could not help but sigh inwardly. Creatures of the mystic realm could fly here without being restricted by the laws of space. This meant that they were invincible. The undying divine dragon could not be killed. It was really a bug-level existence. Afterward, Zhou Jie approached the huge mountain range while searching for the spirit of purple crystal. The journey that originally took less than 10 minutes took more than an hour. During this time, Zhou Jie had hunted a total of 4 spirits of purple crystal, but his 4 spirit mark had yet to be upgraded to 5 spirit mark. Zhou Jie came to the foot of the huge mountain and looked up at the peak. Although there were no clouds here, due to the angle, he still could not see the peak of the mountain. Therefore, Zhou Jie did not say much and began to climb the mountain in front of him. After climbing about 500 meters, Zhou Jie found some mountain paths that could be walked on. However, they were very shallow and were not man-made, but naturally formed. They were very irregular and discontinuous. When he reached a higher point, Zhou Jie also found many split peaks. Between the 2 split peaks was a naturally formed mountain path. Zhou Jie followed the mountain path and went deep into the mountain. Gradually, Zhou Jie went more than 1,000 meters deeper. There were more and more split peaks, and the distance between them was more than 100 meters. As a result, many wide and flat mountain paths were formed, and some of them even turned into empty spaces that were more than 1,000 square meters in size. Zhou Jie advanced and ascended at a leisurely pace. At the same time, he was constantly familiarizing himself with the various mountain situations. This was out of his professional habits and experience, but no matter what, this was a good thing. When he encountered danger, at least he knew the escape route. After walking for a while, Zhou Jie passed by an empty space and discovered that there was actually a spirit of purple crystal jumping around, and behind it was a purple gold immortal deer, a dreamy horned deer whose entire body was like an amethyst. Zhou Jie had not seen any living beings after walking for so long, so he could not help but become extremely excited. He controlled his flying sword to stab at the spirit of purple crystal, and at the same time, his body suddenly leaped out, pouncing towards the purple gold immortal deer. The flying sword familiarly assassinated the spirit of purple crystal, and the purple crystal immortal deer was frightened and quickly dodged to the side, causing Zhou Jie to miss. Naturally, Zhou Jie was unwilling to leave empty-handed. He hurriedly accelerated to the limit and charged towards the purple crystal immortal deer. The energy of the Kadi's blade burst out, ready to cut off its escape route at any time. But in the next second, something that left Zhou Jie almost dumbfounded happened. Seeing that Zhou Jie was continuing to charge at it, the purple crystal immortal deer seemed to understand that it would be blocked if it ran from the sides, so it actually turned around and jumped back, jumping out of the open platform. Outside the open platform was an abyss that was thousands of meters deep. Zhou Jie could not help but stop his charge. In a flash, he arrived at the edge of the open platform and looked down. He saw that the purple crystal immortal deer was actually running down the cliff at a controlled speed, as if it was running on flat ground. Obviously, it would not fall to its death. Is that even possible? Zhou Jie was speechless. He could only shake his head, turn around, put away the flying sword, and continue forward. After spending nearly half a day, Zhou Jie had climbed to a height of 10,000 meters above the mountain peak. During this time, Zhou Jie had also seen a few creatures, including the purple crystal immortal deer, the spirit of purple crystal, the purple crystal icy ape, and the purple crystal crane. Among them, the spirit of purple crystal and the purple crystal icy ape were killed by Zhou Jie. As for the other two, Zhou Jie could only smile and say nothing. As Zhou Jie walked along the edge of a wide mountain path, he inadvertently glanced to his left. However, this inadvertent glance made Zhou Jie's eyes widen. He hurriedly looked down at the cliff on his left. As mentioned earlier, there were no clouds or fog here. Looking down from 10,000 meters above, he could clearly see the outline of the scenery on the ground. Moreover, although Zhou Jie's eyesight was not as good as an eagle's, it was still several times better than an ordinary person's. Most importantly, although the scenery on the ground was only the tip of the iceberg, it was still very large. What Zhou Jie noticed was that on the ground 10,000 meters away, there was a corner of a lake or pool. Most of it was blocked by the mountain in front of him. Only a small piece was exposed. It was about 1/10 of a circle, but it was still about the size of a thumb. It was enough to attract Zhou Jie's attention. Zhou Jie was shocked by this unusual scenery, at least it was in the purple crystal mine. After all, it was in a mining area. He hurriedly continued walking up the mountain to the other side of the mountain so that he could see the entirety of the lake or pool. 10 minutes later, Zhou Jie came to the other side of the mountain. However, he realized that there were a few protruding mountain peaks that blocked his view. Only then did he realize why he had not discovered the lake, pool, at the foot of the mountain earlier. On his way here, he had gone around the entire mountain peak once. Helpless, Zhou Jie estimated the angle and continued forward. Finally, he saw the corner of the surface lake at a position, and it was slightly larger than before. It was just that there was no way to see the overall appearance of the lake. Zhou Jie was still itching. He immediately slid down the cliff. The cliff had a certain angle downward. Although Zhou Jie couldn't fly away from the cliff, it was no problem for him to slide down. Climbing up was not easy, but sliding down was much faster. In less than 2 minutes, Zhou Jie had slid down a few thousand meters and landed on one of the protruding mountain peaks. Zhou Jie came to the top of the mountain peak and looked down. This time, the massive lake on the surface was almost completely exposed to his eyes. It was an almost circular lake with a diameter of at least 10,000 meters. It was different from the uniform purple or pink color of the other scenery in the purple crystal mine. Actually, there was not much difference between the two colors. It was just a difference in the depth of the purple. The lake was an azure blue, just like blue crystals. It was equally beautiful and beautiful. However, on second thought, Zhou Jie was puzzled as to why this lake existed in the middle of a chain of mines. What was its source? There were no clouds in the world of the purple crystal mine, and there was very little water vapor in the air. The formation of this lake was indeed a little strange. Just as Zhou Jie was thinking, he suddenly noticed that there were ripples on the surface of the lake. The originally calm surface of the lake suddenly stirred up an area, and a huge water column shot up. Of course, in Zhou Jie's eyes, it was just a small wave. What followed was a huge purple crystal-like creature leaping out of it, and then, flying? Zhou Jie's eyes widened. When he saw that the creature that leaped out of the lake had indeed flown away from the lake, and when he recognized the creature, Zhou Jie was stunned. Undying Dragon God! Chapter 148. After the immortal dragon god flew out of the lake, it flew toward the side of the mountain where Zhou Jie was and left the area between the two peaks. It seemed to have gone to the plains outside to hunt for food. Zhou Jie could not help but feel a little confused. This immortal dragon god actually lived in the lake? He found it hard to believe. This lake should be very special. Could it be that the purple crystals grow at the bottom of the lake? Zhou Jie could not help but guess. As the information given did not mention where the purple crystals grew, he could only find out on his own. In the end, Zhou Jie decided to continue sliding down the cliff and explore the lake's surroundings. Zhou Jie immediately went to the edge of the peak and continued to slide down. But when he looked down, he found that the huge lake was actually close to the side of the cliff. And on the cliff below near the lake, there were many amethysts, emitting a rich halo of energy, which shocked Zhou Jie to the point that he was almost dumbfounded. That's purple crystals? Zhou Jie stopped sliding and looked at the area of the cliff that was less than 2,000 meters below. There were dozens of flashing light spots of various sizes. Upon closer inspection, he could see that they were purple crystals. Each of them was half the size of a person. Zhou Jie could not help but think that they were purple crystals. So many! However, if there were so many purple crystals, it would be too much if they were all purple crystals. Zhou Jie was surprised and doubtful for a moment. More than 2,000 meters away, Zhou Jie could not feel anything special about those crystals. Therefore, Zhou Jie thought about it and continued sliding down, intending to observe closer. It would be even better if he could directly take a few pieces. Maybe only some of them are purple crystals, but if that's the case, it doesn't seem difficult. One piece is worth 500,000 cultivation points. Zhou Jie thought about this as he slid down. His breathing became a little rapid. The purple crystals were very likely to be at your fingertips. It was impossible not to be excited. Without any obstacles, Zhou Jie slid down to the nearest cluster of purple crystals. Observing the amethyst energy up close, Zhou Jie felt a burst of ecstasy. The energy in his body began to throb when he was less than 10 meters away from the cluster of amethysts, as if it was being attracted. And when Zhou Jie was less than a foot away from the amethysts, his body began to spontaneously absorb the rich energy emitted by the amethysts. An incomparably comfortable feeling accompanied by a warm flow of energy spread throughout his body, making Zhou Jie almost certain that the cluster of amethysts in front of him definitely contained amethyst energy. Purple crystals? Zhou Jie reached out to touch the cluster of purple crystals and found that this cluster of purple crystals was made up of more than 10 purple crystals the size of an adult's forearm. The one emitting the rich energy halo was actually a dark purple crystal the size of a baby's arm in the center. Therefore, Zhou Jie guessed that it was the purple crystal without a doubt. After looking around and confirming that there was no danger, Zhou Jie clung to the rock wall with one hand and tried to pull out the purple crystal with the other. However, after exerting force a few times, the purple crystal still did not move. This made Zhou Jie frown. He then took out the blade of Cadiz. With Cadiz's blade in hand, Zhou Jie was determined to cut down the amethyst energy crystal. The 4-spirit mark on his forehead shone brightly, and he directly used the blade Qi rainbow to cut down the amethyst energy crystal's root. The root was connected to the cluster of amethyst, and this was not the amethyst energy crystal itself. Clang! There was a collision sound. The blade of Cadiz cut at the root of the purple crystal, gouging out a deep cut that was about 1/10 of the width of the root. Immediately after, a light purple mucus flowed out, as if to repair the cut. Zhou Jie was surprised by the toughness of the purple crystal. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he looked down at the lake below. Zhou Jie was now less than 200 meters away from the lake. When he looked down, he saw a huge black shadow emerging from the bottom of the lake. In the blink of an eye, it came to the surface of the water and brought a pillar of water with it. Roar! A huge, undying dragon god flew out of the lake and let out a deafening roar. Its pair of cold eyes were like copper bells. At this moment, it glared at Zhou Jie and flapped its wings to fly toward Zhou Jie. Roar! 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 This was not the end. After the first undying dragon god leaped out of the water, one after another undying dragon god leaped out of the water, all roaring angrily. After confirming Zhou Jie's position, they flew toward him. Seeing this, Zhou Jie could not help but turn pale with fright. Who could withstand the siege of more than a dozen undying dragon gods? In an instant, the mark on Zhou Jie's forehead exploded, and he used all four limbs to climb up. The first undying dragon god flapped its wings and covered a distance of 100 meters. In less than a breath, it was the first to reach Zhou Jie. It stretched out its claws, wanting to capture and tear him to pieces. However, when the undying dragon god got close to the cliff, it could not use its wings because of its huge size. The speed of its claws was relatively average, and Zhou Jie easily jumped away. Naturally, the first undying dragon god would not give up so easily. It immediately attacked again, and Zhou Jie dodged again. The sharp dragon claws landed on the cliff and carved a few deep marks. Many of the surrounding crystal rocks, the mountain peaks, were in the shape of light purple crystals, so it was called that. Crack. Zhou Jie felt the sound of the undying dragon god's wings beating in the wind, and the blood in his body boiled. His senses were raised to the limit, and he saw through every attack of the undying dragon god to dodge. Roar! As if seeing that the first undying dragon god could not do anything to Zhou Jie, another undying dragon god roared and flew to a position 100 meters above Zhou Jie's head, wanting to stop Zhou Jie from climbing up. Zhou Jie sensed it in advance and hurriedly jumped to one side. However, two more undying dragons blocked his left and right sides, making it even more difficult for him to dodge. Fortunately, the four undying dragons could not attack at the same time. Zhou Jie took advantage of his small and nimble body to dodge all the claws of the undying dragons. In the blink of an eye, he had climbed more than 1,000 meters. The undying dragons were infuriated when they saw this. They opened their mouths and spat out icy blue cold air, which hit the cliff near Zhou Jie. The cliff exploded and was covered with a layer of crystal ice. Zhou Jie sensed the horror of the undying dragon god's frost breath, but he had no time to be shocked. Instead, he was extremely calm. Like a machine, he deftly dodged all the attacks of the undying dragons. Even the frost breath could not do anything to Zhou Jie. At this moment, Zhou Jie did not dare to be distracted. After all, if he made a mistake, he might lose his life. Sensing movements, predicting attacks, dodging attacks, Zhou Jie kept repeating these actions. Time seemed to have passed as long as a few centuries. Suddenly, Zhou Jie turned into a narrower mountain path. This time, he was like a fish in water. Zhou Jie's speed exploded to the limit as he ran along the cliff. When the 5 or 6 undying dragons that were chasing after Zhou Jie saw this, they roared unwillingly and turned to leave, finally giving up the chase. Zhou Jie sensed that the undying dragons behind him had gone far away. Only then did he stop running. With one hand on the cliff, he panted heavily and began to adjust his state of mind. As expected, the purple crystal energy is not that easy to obtain. These undying god dragons should be guarding the purple crystal energy. Zhou Jie thought to himself as he adjusted his breathing. Now that he had found the purple crystal energy, he naturally had to go and retrieve it. Next, it would depend on how he could obtain it. More than 2 hours after Zhou Jie was chased by the undying dragons, a young man with long blonde hair appeared at the foot of a mountain about 1,000 meters away from the lake. That mountain was facing the mountain where Zhou Jie was. The blonde young man was not surprised at all when he saw the lake. He chose a pile of rocks at the foot of the mountain to hide and waited quietly. The blonde young man waited for 2 full days. During this time, a total of 6 people came to the lake. They were summoned by the blonde young man and also hid in the pile of rock. In the pile of rocks, the 7 people had been gathered there for more than half a day. What's going on? Where are Sammy and Dunk? Are they really dead? A red-haired young man could not help but ask at this time. The blonde young man in the lead also looked at the ground coldly and said, 2 days. Logically speaking, they should have arrived. If they didn't, they could only be dead, then there's no need to wait. Hurry up and get ready to start. The sooner we get the purple crystals, the sooner we can hunt the purple crystal spirit. As soon as the blond young man finished speaking, a dark-skinned brawny man said with a sullen face, looking a little impatient. Chapter 149. Then let's do as Pu Jinsen said. Let's assign the tasks and get ready to move. The blond youth was silent for 2 seconds and suddenly agreed with the black-skinned brawny man. Everyone frowned, but no one said anything. The blond youth was the leader of this operation. He was also the only 9-star lord from Skysea Cosmic Nation who entered the secret area. He was also one of the direct disciples of the leader of Skysea Cosmic Nation. Yin Tianshui had lived for a long time and had taken in more than 10 direct disciples. 7 of them were still alive. Therefore, the blond youth, Harry, was not as famous as Zhuo Qiuhong's direct disciple, Luo Feng. However, he was as powerful as Luo Feng. After all, he was thousands of years older than Luo Feng and had not been able to break through to the Horde leader level. Therefore, for those below the Horde leader level, he was one of the top figures in the entire Wanhai starfield. The people of Skysea Cosmic Nation had entered the secret area more than 10 times. Naturally, they had more information about the secret area than other powers. For example, the information that Zhuo Qiuhong gave to Zhou Jie and the others was compiled by him. It did not mention the location of the purple crystal because the purple crystal that Zhuo Qiuhong found was in the mountain peak. He knew that the others were also in the same place. This made him think that the purple crystal was randomly distributed in the mountain peak. Therefore, there was nothing to explain. Zhuo Qiuhong did not know that Zhou Jie had found the lake. When other powers bought information about the secret area from Skysea Cosmic Nation, Skysea Cosmic Nation would not sell the details. The existence of the lake was not mentioned in the information they sold. Only Skysea Cosmic Nation and Secret Area Academy knew about the existence of the lake. However, for some reason, the people from Secret Area Academy had not appeared yet. This time, Skysea Cosmic Nation's team had the blond youth, Harry, as the core. They requested that all resources be given to Harry first, so that his imprint would be in the lead, and he would have a greater chance of obtaining part of the inheritance of the secret area. After a few minutes, Harry and the others finished their discussion. Finally, Harry said, "Let's check if there are any people from Secret Area Academy around. They might want to take advantage of us. Maybe they know that we'll come here first and don't want to fight us head-on. They'd rather wait for us to take the purple crystal and leave first." Pu Jinsen laughed when he heard that. He was the second most senior person in the room and was a 7-star master. His elders were quite powerful in the Skysea Cosmic Nation, which was why he dared to speak so casually. "I hope so too, but just in case, let's check the surroundings first," Harry said calmly. Thus, the group split up and each of them chose a direction to investigate. Zhou Jie had already noticed the people from Skysea Cosmic Nation the day Harry arrived. Unfortunately, Zhou Jie's position and height allowed him to see part of the area where Harry and the others were hiding. That day, Harry was walking around and Zhou Jie accidentally saw him. Harry's arrival naturally attracted Zhou Jie's attention. Since he wanted to obtain the purple crystal energy source, he needed to observe the lake's situation. Therefore, over the past few days, Zhou Jie had already seen through Harry and the others. He knew that they must be from the Skysea Cosmic Nation and had formed a team to obtain the purple crystal energy source. "They've started to act?" Zhou Jie quietly hid at the edge of the cliff. When he saw Harry and the others come out from their hiding place and scatter in all directions, he quickly realized what they were thinking. "I'll hide for a while and see how they're going to obtain the purple crystal energy source. It'll be easier for me to act now that I've learned from their mistakes, Zhou Jie thought to himself and retreated to the hiding place he had chosen earlier. Harry and the others did not search very carefully, but the area was quite wide. They even searched the two nearby mountains and even the top of the mountain, but they did not find Zhou Jie. Half a day later, Harry and the others regrouped and began to act. Zhou Jie came out from his hiding place and looked down from the edge of the cliff. He saw a man in green armor come to the edge of the lake and pick up the crystal fragments on the ground to play with the water. The man in green armor did not play for long, and the originally calm lake began to surge. Accompanied by a series of angry roars, a few undying divine dragons broke out of the water one after another, locked onto the man by the lake and pounced on him. The man in green armor quickly turned around and ran. His speed was so fast that even Zhou Jie was shocked. So fast, he's almost as fast as the undying divine dragon's flying speed. The man in green armor quickly ran out of Zhou Jie's sight, and 4 undying divine dragons left with him. The remaining 3 undying divine dragons chased after him for a while, then turned around and planned to return. However, at this moment, another person appeared and attracted the attention of the 3 undying divine dragons. Then, this person also chose a direction and ran wildly. The 3 undying divine dragons chased after him, and soon they were out of Zhou Jie's sight. At this time, another 3 people appeared. They came to the surface of the lake and attacked the lake, stirring up waves that were dozens of feet high on the surface of the lake. Soon, another 7 undying divine dragons broke out of the water and split up to attack the 3 people. The 3 people immediately fled in panic and lured the 7 undying divine dragons away. Not long after, Harry and Pu Jinsen appeared, but this time, the 2 of them went straight for the purple energy crystals that grew near the cliff of the lake. Harry and Pu Jinsen each chose a purple energy crystal near the lake, and with a few flashes, they came to the purple energy crystal. They each took out a strange-looking tool and began to use all their strength to chisel the purple energy crystal. Crack! Harry's chisel broke 1/3 of the purple energy crystal's root, but he did not pull out the tool. Instead, he began to cut the purple energy crystal's root with force. The purple energy crystal was cut by him, and it broke from the root at an extremely fast speed. On the other hand, Pu Jinsen was much worse than Harry. His chisel only cut about 1/5 of the purple energy crystal, but it was still very fast. It would probably take less than 2 breaths to cut a piece of the purple energy crystal. In less than 2 seconds, the surface of the lake below trembled. Accompanied by soaring waves, a terrifying long snake-like creature as thick as an ox emerged from the water. It was more than 50 meters long above the lake's surface, and as soon as it appeared, it pounced on Harry like lightning. Harry was about to cut a piece of the purple energy crystal when he sensed the movement behind him. He could not help but frown, but he obviously knew that this would happen. He quickly took out a snake-like tool, and the 5 marks on his forehead burst out. He stabbed the snake-like tool with his backhand and accurately pierced the snake-like creature's jaw, forcing its head up and unable to open its mouth to bite. Paw! Harry successfully cut a piece of the purple energy crystal with a crisp sound. This made him happy immediately. Without thinking, he put away the purple energy crystal and climbed to the shore. At this time, the snake-like creature broke free from the snake-like grip. Seeing Harry escape at lightning speed, it angrily opened its mouth to bite again. Harry came to Pu Jinsen's side and stabbed the snake-like creature with his backhand. He then handed the snake-like fork to Pu Jinsen and took the tool in Pu Jinsen's hand at the same time. You block it. We'll leave after we take this piece. Okay. Pu Jinsen was still a 4 spirit mark, and his explosive power was much weaker than Harry's. If he continued to cut the purple energy crystal, it would take at least 1.5 breaths of time, but Harry took over much faster, only 5 seconds. However, when Pu Jinsen fought with the snake-like creature, He could only barely cope with it. He could not repel it with one hand like Harry could. This showed Harry's strength. Not only was his strength stronger than everyone else due to the high level of the mark, but his actual combat skills were also top-notch. He was even better than Zhou Jie, which was really rare. Skills mainly relied on the body's memory. Only people like Zhou Jie, who frequently reviewed, could always maintain their peak. Even some people who had lived for thousands of years and fought hundreds and thousands of life and death battles might become rusty due to a long period of not practicing. Often, the stronger one was, the more they neglected the practice of skills. Therefore, it was not necessary to live long enough. The more battles one experienced, the better one's skills would be. Fighting ability and skills had no direct relationship. To be honest, fighting ability was only a part of skills. But no matter what, in just 5 seconds, Pu Jinsen still managed to protect Harry. Harry successfully cut the second purple energy crystal and asked Pu Jinsen to retreat quickly. Chi! Seeing that it could not stop Harry and Harry, the snake-like creature suddenly stopped its attack and raised its head to let out a strange long howl. "It's coming, let's go!" Harry and Harry's expressions changed at the same time. At the same time, Harry pushed Pu Jinsen to the shore with his palm and hurriedly rushed to the shore. Chapter 150. The duo ran as soon as they touched the shore, not stopping at all. It was as if a terrifying beast was chasing after them, forcing them to flee in panic. As a matter of fact, it was indeed an extremely terrifying existence that made the two of them flee for their lives. At this moment, it sensed the summoning of the serpent creature and broke out of the water. Its enormous body brought up a waterfall-like wave from the sky and poured back into the lake with a loud splash. The enormous creature flapped its wings and flew high into the sky, chasing after the two of them. Zhou Jie was hiding in the dark. When he saw the last huge creature that came out of the water, he could not help but be shocked to the extreme. It was an undying divine dragon with a body length of more than 100 meters, with a wingspan of more than 150 meters. It was almost twice the size of an ordinary undying divine dragon, and the most terrifying thing was that it actually had 3 long necks and 3 heads. A 3-headed undying divine dragon? Zhou Jie looked at the undying 3-headed dragon chasing after the duo. His pupils shrank, and he could not help but say in surprise, "What secret is in this lake that makes so many undying divine dragons live in it, just to protect the purple crystal?" Zhou Jie thought too much for a moment. When he realized this, he immediately put aside his distracting thoughts and looked at the lake below. The snake creature returned to the surface of the lake, and the lake returned to its calm state. Good chance. Zhou Jie saw this and was naturally tempted. As he spoke, he had already jumped down the cliff and slid down. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Zhou Jie had taken advantage of the situation. This time, more than a dozen undying divine dragons were lured away, and even the undying 3-headed dragon appeared and was lured away. Zhou Jie thought that only the snake creature should be left in this lake. Zhou Jie was still confident that he could deal with a mere snake creature. Zhou Jie was not stupid. The snake creature could not fly and its length was limited. Therefore, he chose the purple crystal that was the furthest from the surface of the lake, at least 100 meters away from the surface of the lake. Zhou Jie came to the furthest purple energy crystal. He thought for a moment and took out the Kadi's blade. He did not slash it forcefully but carefully tried to cut the base of the purple energy crystal. However, what made Zhou Jie feel helpless was that this would not work at all. The Kadi's blade was not sharp enough, and the surface of the crystal was extremely smooth. He did not know how long it would take to cut into it, and who knew when the dozens of undying divine dragons and the terrifying 3-headed undying dragon would return. Therefore, even if he could cut into the crystal without alarming the serpent creature, in fact, it would not work, as the people of the Skysea Cosmic Nation had already tried. He could not do it. After discarding this stupid idea, Zhou Jie did not have to worry too much. The mark on his forehead flashed, and the blade of Cadiz exploded with a powerful slash, accurately cutting into the root of the purple crystal. This time, it cut into nearly a quarter of it. Then, Zhou Jie used the method that Harry and the others used to cut the purple energy crystal. He began to cut the purple energy crystal madly in a seesaw manner. Of course, Zhou Jie's cutting of the purple energy crystal was noticed by the serpent creature in the lake. The serpent creature broke out of the water at the first moment, and after locking onto Zhou Jie's position, it leaped up and opened its mouth to bite at Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie did not even look back. With a thought, the golden lotus sword shot out and pierced the serpent creature's lower jaw like lightning. Chi! The serpent creature cried out in pain. Its huge body had not even touched Zhou Jie when it lost all momentum and fell down. Seeing this, Zhou Jie could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. This was because the serpent creature was no longer a threat to him. He could easily take one of its purple energy crystals, or even more. Zhou Jie realized that he might be able to get more than one purple energy crystal. He could not help but be excited at the moment. He worked even harder to cut the purple energy crystal. After about 20 seconds, he successfully cut the purple energy crystal and stored it in the infinite space ring. During this time, the serpent creature roared angrily and launched a few leaping attacks at Zhou Jie, but naturally, it was useless. Zhou Jie was very excited about this. He quickly went to a nearby purple energy crystal and began to cut the second one. Seeing that it could not do anything to Zhou Jie, the serpent creature was furious to the extreme. It finally gave up on attacking. Instead, it raised its head and roared desperately again and again, "Chi!" Seeing this, Zhou Jie's expression changed slightly. This was because the serpent creature's roar was so powerful that it could be heard for dozens of miles. Even the mountains were trembling slightly because of it. Even if the immortal dragon god heard it, it would be difficult for him to come back in 20 seconds. I still have time to get this one. I'll leave after I get it. Zhou Jie also knew that greed was insatiable. If he insisted on taking the third piece, he might be seen by the immortal dragon god. By then, he would be in trouble. Zhou Jie did not want that to happen. Therefore, after cutting the second purple energy crystal, Zhou Jie climbed up, intending to escape this place. When the serpent creature saw Zhou Jie escaping upward, it roared a few times unwillingly and finally plunged back into the lake. Zhou Jie climbed up a wide road more than 4,000 meters above the mountain peak and could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. When he thought of the two purple energy crystals in his hands, he could not help but smile. However, before Zhou Jie's smile could fade naturally, it turned into a look of astonishment. This was because a familiar roar came from the corner in front of him. The immortal dragon god. Zhou Jie recognized the roar. He did not have time to think about how it had appeared at this height of the mountain peak. He turned and ran. However, in the next second, Zhou Jie knew why the immortal dragon god had appeared. As soon as Zhou Jie turned his head, he sensed two waves of energy approaching rapidly from not far behind him. In the blink of an eye, they appeared less than 10 meters behind him. At this time, Zhou Jie had just started to run. As he did not increase his speed, he was directly overtaken by the two waves of energy. When Zhou Jie saw that the two waves of energy were two familiar figures, Zhou Jie suddenly felt uneasy. It's actually these two people? Zhou Jie instantly felt his scalp go numb. At the same time, he knew which immortal dragon god was chasing behind him. At this time, Zhou Jie also rushed forward with all his strength and then slid down the side of the cliff. It turned out that the two people who had just overtaken Zhou Jie were Harley and Pu Jinsen, and the one chasing them was naturally the terrifying immortal three-headed dragon. Zhou Jie thought that he should not be the target of the immortal three-headed dragon, so he quickly chose to jump off the cliff to avoid the immortal three-headed dragon hurting the innocent. However, Harley caught a glimpse of Zhou Jie rushing to the side of the cliff from the corner of his eye. He suddenly called out to Pu Jinsen and jumped after him. Therefore, on one side of the cliff, the three figures rushed down the cliff, each using their weapons to reduce their speed and drawing a trail of sparks on the crystal cliff. Because of its huge body, the immortal three-headed dragon was originally flying at the edge of the cliff. At this moment, when it saw Zhou Jie and the other two sliding down, it immediately rushed down angrily. It opened its mouth and spat out ice breath. Not only was it more powerful than the ordinary immortal dragon, but more importantly, it had 3 heads and could spit out 3 ice breaths at once. The 3 ice breaths attacked Zhou Jie and the other 2 separately. Zhou Jie could not help but curse in his heart. "I don't think I've provoked you, have I? Why are you taking care of me?" However, Zhou Jie did not know that the immortal dragon was extremely sensitive to the energy amethyst. Therefore, the immortal three-headed dragon could sense the traces of the energy amethyst left on Zhou Jie's body. Therefore, it also regarded Zhou Jie as a thief and wanted to punish him. In the face of the ice breath, no one dared to resist it directly. Zhou Jie and the other 2 tried their best to dodge, and they looked extremely embarrassed in the process of rapidly sliding down. However, something even worse happened right after. In the distance, there were roars of the immortal dragon. Several immortal divine dragons flew back from the left and right sides of the lake, and Zhou Jie and the others were still falling into the lake. In this way, not only were they being chased by the immortal three-headed dragon, but they were also about to be surrounded by more than a dozen immortal divine dragons. When Zhou Jie discovered this situation, he really wanted to kill Harry and the other 2 on the spot. He could have reaped the benefits without doing anything, but in the blink of an eye, he had fallen into such a terrible situation. This was all because of Harry and the other 2. At the same time, Harry and the other 2 also turned pale. Obviously, they did not expect such a situation. At that moment, Harry had no choice but to shout to Pu Jinsen, "Break through to the left and join the others." Roar! At the same time, the immortal three-headed dragon roared and flapped its wings, sweeping toward Zhou Jie and the other 2. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.